Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and today is Friday, August 11th, and I woke up to finding my channel, I hope by mistake, has been deleted by YouTube, so this is going to originally stream on Twitch if I can get it to work. Fingers crossed that it'll all be resolved. Otherwise, I've just lost potentially 12,000 plus videos and what feels like at least 8, probably closer to 10 years worth of work for what I can not even begin to explain would have been the problem. There are 3 like spam, repetitive, deceptive practices options that are all together in the violation that they claim my overall channel had, and yeah, I just don't know what they're talking about. Is it the live streams that are the problem? If they'd given me a warning on anything, I would have gladly changed it. Is it the pre-recorded footage that's the problem? Is it the YouTube shorts that were the problem? Who knows? I am just having to assume here that it's a mistake, or perhaps somehow my channel got hacked in the same way that other channels have been hacked in the past, and maybe there would be some idea there. If anybody's jumping in on here, it would be helpful if somebody put something in the chat so I actually can see if the chat parts are working. It does seem like I am live. Still, I assume would be a 30-second delay, but maybe not. This may just straight up be live. I'm trying to figure out the overall setup on Twitch, because I have just not looked at Twitch in a long time, and definitely I would be open to potentially other streaming services, because I just don't really feel like Twitch is perhaps the best streaming service out there, which is funny to say, but it was the backup I had left. Yeah, and a lot has changed since the last time I looked at Twitch, but there still is definitely, to my understanding, unless somebody wants to explain it to me better, this feeling that on Twitch, to potentially be even slightly successful, you would have to stream ridiculous 10 to 12 hour days every day, possibly taking off weekends, which is just too much of a commitment, frankly. And so, yeah, I am just trying to double check to make sure everything does seem to be live. I've put myself under the just chatting category. We will play a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and do a regular presentation if you have been watching the live streams on my YouTube channel. I don't use a face cam. There's nothing pretty there to see, so but I do have some somewhat fancy optimizations I've made as far as what I show off. But yeah, it's a big drama on a Friday, certainly, and I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't get fixed until Monday. It could take weeks. It could never happen. YouTube is, if anything, always obtuse on that. I've submitted an appeal. I've contacted Team YouTube on Twitter, and they said, well, wait while it's still pending. Which, yeah, so somebody has actually seen it. Shockingly, if you complain about YouTube on Twitter, you'll get more views than a lot of my videos will. But yeah, I'm going to try my very best today to not just wallow in it. I do not have backups for those 12,000 videos that were on my YouTube channel. So to get a backup, it won't let me even like download the videos, and even if I had a big enough hard drive server to hold all the videos, like it would be a major loss. At a certain point, maybe I could just prune and start all over again. Do I want to start all over again, particularly on YouTube? No. Do I have a better idea of what to do with my life in the weird situation I'm in? No. Like, for most people, you would just go and try and get a job somewhere, but I've been spending so much time doing this, and I just have so many other reasons why that wouldn't work for me as far as schedule and just ability with major insomnia and IBS and other things. So yeah, there are no solutions at the moment, which means it's pointless to talk about. And then you get into definitely the situation where you'll have people like, yeah, my channel was also deleted because I was spamming, and it's like, obviously in your case you were spamming, but I wasn't. So you get some strange bedfellows potentially here. Speaking a little bit of strangeness, we have a lot of notifications here, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Once again updated at the beginning, which it kind of said it was going to stop doing that. If you only have one type of ticket, the list of tickets will not be displayed. For cheer your champion, the tickets have an expiration date. Interesting. There's also this discount because they've got 57.3 million downloads, which I don't know why you would have such an arbitrary number there. Why not just say over 57 million there? But they've decided to make a whole campaign, which if anything, maybe that is just a reason to celebrate. They've also added new accessories and new things. Can you mark all of this as red and just go into the shop, or do you really have to look at the new secret pack or all of this? So yeah, we're gonna play a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! For about an hour here, and then we're gonna jump into video game news, which is what the title says. We'll talk a little bit about video game news. Otherwise, as far as what's been going on in my life, everything was going pretty well. I mean, yesterday I kind of run out of hard drive space. I was uploading videos and trying to free up some hard drive space that way. So we got the Legacy Pack Super Rare, guaranteed minimum 1 Super Rare reward, and you had to click on that to get that. I'm still watching a lot of Medium on Amazon Prime, the TV show Medium. Here we've got a character icon. So log in once per day for 6 days and you'll get these rewards. We've got some new daily quests to do. We've got the login, and we've got a new Duel live to watch. Yeah, I suppose the general hope here at the moment, and the thing to beg for, is just as many followers as possible. If I am going to stick with Twitch, I would want as many followers, as much of the metrics, which I'm not even 100% sure I know what the metrics are, as far as to get to some level of monetization and to capture and catch up or surpass what I had on YouTube. Then maybe there is some way that we can figure out how to do the pre-recorded stuff. Okay, so the accessory stuff to start with is pretty easy. We have a dual field here, and we have enough for all of this, but we may not have enough for a bunch of packs. And then we have a new protector here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is still pretty bad about releasing everything all in just like one big swing. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, you could have today released one accessory, then 2 days later released yet another accessory. We'll use this wallpaper when we get back to it. Alright. And this new featured pack, I guess, is probably very close to what either the Japanese or the global version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is up to. And I would assume that these secret card packs are introducing new cards. Selection pack better than secret card packs. Okay. So we have a special ticket here. Let's open that. This is from the Choose Your Champion World Championship, where I picked the absolute worst person, that worst team, and got position 8 out of 8. And legacy packs only give you 2 cards. I did get lucky and get an ultra rare. Not terrible. Not a terrible outcome at all. Of course, a little bit of luck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't really mean too much to me. And then the danger here is I'm going to have to pick either this one or this one to do the free pack first. And then I'm going to have to determine whether or not I want to do something different. Like, at a certain level, you could spend 3,000 gems just opening 30 packs on this, and this might be the best bet. This secret pack and this secret pack is almost certainly going to unlock more secret packs that, for just time's sake, we're going to almost certainly ignore, because all the previous secret packs have been pretty already filled. I've already gotten enough cards from the secret packs that as a free-to-play player it wouldn't justify doing any more. So let's see, let's look at the featured cards here and sort by how many cards I already have. Yeah, that as a selection isn't really a good candidate. We have cards that where we have 4 copies, we have about 1 copy of most normals and rares, and we have a decent amount of ultra rares and super rares already from this. But if I was to buy a pack from this, I would be getting 8 cards specifically from this featured card set, because this is a this is a secret pack too also. So I would only be getting 4 cards. Let's see. Wish there was a better way to show it. 4 cards from the secret pack featured card list, and then 4 cards from the Master Duel 10,000 card pool. Okay. We obviously will take 1 free pool. You obviously don't want to skip that. But again, looking here, this feels like we already have not only most of these cards, almost all of them in 3 copies, which probably means that most of these cards are in pre-built structured decks that I've already purchased. And odds are incredibly low you'd just get like a second copy of an ultra rare, and you can only have 2 ultra rares in your deck anyways. Wait, no, I think you can have 3 ultra rares in your deck. Yeah, you can. I don't know what I was thinking there. I probably am going to be very scatterbrained today. So then our next option here would be this, and I guess this is the one to focus on, although this too is not really a candidate to open 10 extra packs for. So, yeah. And I don't get the update part here. Like, what is the deal with update as an idea in a secret pack? Alternate art IP Masquerina is here. During the campaign period, when you draw IP Masquerina from the pack, the alt will be different from before. You can check alternate art cards on card purchase page in the secret pack space transcendence. Okay. Well, so far Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never had alternate art on any of its cards. And they're not doing anything like that on this. So let's just start with this. Purchase this free pool. At a certain level, Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably would have been a little bit nicer if there was alternate art for more cards instead of them just creating new cards. But the fact that for 25 years now they've been focusing on adding new gameplay features. So here's your 4 pickup cards from the featured card pool, and then here's 4 from the master deck pool, and you can see the only thing I got new was this. Also, I didn't get any super rares or ultra rares, so I didn't even get a key to unlock any other secret pack. Magic the Gathering perhaps is notorious for having alternate art and alternate names of cards that do the exact same thing. This is not what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really doing. It's the same name of the card, it's just a different art collectible version, and I imagine that those have existed in the past in the real world version of Yu-Gi-Oh! But as far as Master Duel has been concerned, there has not been a system around that. So this pushes you in a very different position where your goal here is going to be to pull a lot of packs potentially for this card exclusively, and unless the odds are very high that they're really trying to get you to spend a lot of extra money. Yeah, the odds here don't seem to have been changed in any way. Now, should you really believe the odds on card games? Probably not. Do you have different art on the foil of the pack too? If this is what we were looking for, which it couldn't have been, it would have had to have been the one of the 4 on the right. That would have probably meant that they had programmed it so the first draw always gives you that alternate art. Now, I did find a super rare this time, which gives me a new secret pack, which will just feed into itself, certainly. This is an older secret pack that almost certainly is not a candidate to pull more cards from. It's just too expensive as a free-to-play player to chase after these ultra rares. Although at some point, as I get closer and closer to owning all of the cards, that is where it's gonna go. So I'm gonna open 10 packs here and hope I get this character, and then I may open another 10 packs and hope I get this character. Like, do I really want to go through the whole art opening though? Think probably not. That's 2 more secret packs. Let's just go ahead and skip. We've ended up finding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keys to open more secret packs. And for the cards we got, this is new and this is new. And then this would be a new card. And this is a new card. Nobody really has time though when you're in this collectathon pack opening mentality to actually spend the time reading all the descriptions of the cards. And that shows a fairly big disconnect between players who just want to own all the cards, weirdly in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel in the digital format, versus players who actually would want to play with the cards. Like, there will be no deck update based on any cards I get here. This is about the most dangerous thing we could do here is open a pack, 10 packs after this pack. And so now we have 2 more secret packs, but perhaps they're the same secret packs have been unlocked based on what cards it is. I think the way it really works is if you have a super rare or ultra rare that happens to be in a different secret pack, that's when you unlock it. Which also means you can, at the very beginning of your career playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, craft 1 super rare and then it will unlock a secret pack to get you to closer to get the cards you potentially want. And there almost certainly is a strategy based on the current meta as far as what super rare cards should you craft as a way of getting a higher chance of getting cards that actually are playable in ranked play. So, yeah. Almost certainly I made a mistake by putting no tags on this stream on Twitch, and no putting it in the just chatting section. Now, I'm gonna admit it too, certainly one of my major problems with Twitch, even many years ago when I determined not to really focus on it, is the fact that there's just a lot of Twitch thoughts. Like, that I gotta throw it out there. Male or female, there's a lot of pretty looking people that are on just chatting, and they are just pulling OnlyFans without going full OnlyFans, and this would have been even before OnlyFans was a thing. And I don't think Twitch has done anything to improve that. So now here's the worst case scenario. I have 1,000 gems. If I don't get a super rare in this next 10 card pull, then I would not have another 1,000 gems to get the guaranteed super rare of another 10 pull. So I would have to, in the amount of time, 59 days, struggle to get an extra 500 gems just to pull that, which wouldn't be too hard. But ideally you want to have at least 2,000 gems. Super rare guaranteed because of this yellow here, 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 and here. So that's not going to be a real problem. That being said, I guess the chase is on now to potentially waste your currency looking for that one ultra rare card, which I don't think I can just craft it. We should check that out as an idea, because if I could just craft it with the alternate art, I probably do have enough crafting material to do that, crafting points. And yeah, this is basically the warm-up section. One of the things about the Twitch integration of OBS is that I could definitely change the title as we're streaming, which is something that has been sorely lacking on YouTube, is to just mid-stream say, hey, you know what, the warm-up section, the pre-show section is done. So we opened up a bunch of secret packs here. But then you have, with the secret packs that you unlock by opening other secret packs a timer of only 24 hours. Exactly, counting down to make you try and spend even more crystals. What is the other exclamation point here? Unrecommended. Well, we already had been in here, and we're looking for this card, IP Masquerina, I:'P. Let's see if we can just search that way. And then Rage of Chaos, I think we already looked at. No, this is probably a decent candidate of cards to have opened, and I skipped over it. Whoops. So we'll have to focus on that later. Feels like there should be an X button here, but it's just a back button. This game is very mobile first. So, yeah. Come over here and edit a deck. We'll dismantle all extra cards to see what extra crafting points I just got from opening all those packs. A bunch of more crafting points for normals, rares, and super rares, and nothing new for ultra rares. This is a deck that was suggested to me as far as what I should try and build and play, and at the moment I am nowhere close to having enough ultra rare crafting points to actually craft this deck. It would be easy to craft all the rares and not too painful to craft all the super rares, but I would have to definitely rethink the ultra rares in this deck, and usually a meta deck that I find online that was suggested to me isn't going to do too well if you don't have all the ultra rares in it. Alright, so I wanted to search here. Let's see. Wait, nope, can't hit that, can I? Space P. If I type in colon, it's going to pause my recording. Well, actually, it probably wouldn't have, come to think of it. Let's see. Too many things. Coming up, I space P. MASQ. There you go. So IP Masquerina here in this format could be generated. If I were to craft this, would it affect my odds of getting the alternate art version by opening the packs? Probably not. I mean, the odds don't seem to imply that. But this one, the alternate art one, cannot be crafted. So you click how to obtain, and it seems like only opening space-time transience and maybe the master pack gives you a chance of getting this alternate art. Weirdly though, this is the first time I've ever seen an alternate art thing, which this also probably highlights that this is one of the newest type of cards that they've added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and so you probably should be focused on that. And that's a lot of setup that we can now say we've done as much as we can. Now we have a rental competition of yet another one of these. Each one of these events are always just like terrible. So yeah, I'm gonna rent out this deck because that's really the only option, is you have to play with one of those three decks. We'll start with this one. We'll try and figure out what you're supposed to do with this deck. Prepare to synchro summon by sending Chaos Witch to the graveyard or banishing it depending on the situation. From there, you synchro summon Chaos Angel, putting you in a strong position. By brushing off all effects and being indestructible in battle, you'll be overwhelmed. Okay, so you get your little hint there, and I definitely would recommend reading those hints because that can help you quite a bit. So yeah, we'll start playing. Meanwhile, because we're doing the rental event, we're not focusing. We're not focusing on ranked play, which is really where I'd want to be. I suppose I can show this with my web peek, which is one of the things I've programmed in here. Here's what my channel looks like or looked like this morning. This account has been terminated due to multiple or severe violations of the policy against spam, deceptive practices, or misleading content, or other terms of service violations. That is pretty much verbatim all I know as far as information goes. And I don't really have any other ideas. Now, I could tinfoil hat it and say, hey, I was thinking about installing a translation thing on my Firefox browser, so when we get, say, Yoshida here tweeting something out, we don't really have to wait for the English message or look at the picture. Here he is announcing the delay of Lollipop Chainsaw remake called now Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, but you can see it's all in Japanese. Well, I did install a plugin, and so maybe tinfoil hat, maybe the plugin stole my YouTube credentials from the Firefox shop, which is somewhat believable, but yeah, I just don't know. Like, it would be a relief, frankly, if they figured out that somebody just stole my credentials and done that whole cryptocurrency scam where they steal some popular YouTuber's channel, which I am not a popular YouTuber by any means, and then replace all the videos with spam. You can see, assuming this plugin isn't the problem, which it probably isn't, that it does translate things as you scroll down fairly nicely. I don't think it would really translate pictures, text on pictures, but here from Japanese that was translated to the official title is Lollipop Chainsaw Repop. We're working hard on the game development, but we need more time. We will do our best to make the game loved by everyone, so please continue to support us. Apologies for the inconvenience. Please see attached message in English. And what's funny is as you scroll down, you'll just briefly see the Japanese parts, and then it will get just dynamically translated if you enable it. Links and seemingly not translated. So yeah, as you scroll down, it does a little bit more, so it's not wasting a whole bunch of resources trying to translate things one way or the other. Yoshida, a Japanese speaker and Japanese poster. So yeah, I did get that plugin and now have a slightly better way of looking at things. Mostly I was going to see if I could use it when looking at games that have come out on Steam that are Japanese only, to just get a better idea of what we're missing, even though it kind of doesn't matter. If a game's entire title and description on Steam is in Japanese and it doesn't support English, it kind of doesn't matter if I know or don't know what the deal about that game is. So this potentially would have been a big piece of news today, as far as Lollipop Chainsaw being slightly delayed, but it certainly doesn't feel like a big piece of news now. And frankly, it mostly just highlights to me that had they never even announced a remake until it was fully finished and then snuck it out and said, we're announcing this remake and it's available now, it would have been just as good. People ideally would like to see a remake, but the original creators of Lollipop Chainsaw are I don't think involved at all. So it very well could be a very different type of game. A lot has changed in the sense and sentimentalities, and so a 16-year-old Juliet cheerleader in a ridiculously revealing cheerleader fantasy outfit with a giant chainsaw fighting zombies may be a fairly hard sale in 2024, which is when it's coming out, summer of 2024. The actual game was fairly short and fairly rough. It had some fun ideas, but it was really just trying to do Oni Chanbara slightly better than Oni Chanbara, which is actually a pretty terrible game too, a game series. And you can't help but just assume that there's going to be a risk of cries of sexism for what is effectively supposed to be a cheesecake joke game, and almost certainly some attempts of cancer culture. Finally, I get to play, which this has been the constant criticism of Yu-Gi-Oh! And yeah, I definitely am. I definitely would be willing to play a different collectible card game if there was one that made a lot of sense. I have no idea what move. These all seem to be around the idea of light and dark monsters being banished from your graveyard, but I forgot the strategy. So we'll just go ahead and activate everything. Let's see, what are we really going for here? Now on these loner decks, you really only want to win 3 times to get the rewards, so if I can just get quick and easy victories, I'd be happy. Pendulum scale. Pay half your life points, then target a level 6 monster you control, special summon this card, and if you do, this card's level is reduced by the level of the targeted monster. Also place a card as if it left the field. Okay. Guess that means we can do this. Destroy that. We could add a banish card back to our hand. Trying as much as possible here to get up to something, and I've managed to do it. This is all about banishing stuff, right? Just more and more of the same stuff going around in circles. You can see I started with like 300 seconds and I'm already up to 100. And we haven't even attacked once yet. We can go ahead and attack here. We'll just see if there's anything else we can do on main phase 2 and then we'll end. PAX has announced that their 2023 Storytime speaker is going to be Reggie Fils-Aimé, the retired president of Nintendo of America, which in general it's important to remember Nintendo of America basically is just a puppet of Nintendo of Japan and don't really make that much decisions and don't really make that many video games. It's kind of important to remember that actually Nintendo doesn't make as many video games as you would think, because they have a lot of second-party developers that we know of that make games for them under contract, and honestly I would suspect there's a lot more second-party developers that have not been disclosed. I wouldn't be surprised if very, very few games are actually made by the small number of people at Nintendo of Japan that can actually program video games. And basically Nintendo of America is just in existence to hand out DMCA claims and lawsuits and localize things to English and handle just the shipping and delivery of games in America. That being said, there's also yet another reason why it's kind of weird for Reggie Fils-Aimé to be involved in any of this at all. He's now being described as retired. I thought he went to work for a different company outside of the video game industry, but he never really has disappeared. We've seen him show up and be applauded for showing up at least the last 2 Summer Games Fest. So it definitely feels like he still wants to be around and be talked about. I wonder if now that we've seen Larry Herb, aka Major Nelson, or formerly known as Major Nelson, if we're going to see something like that also be the way it works. Although I don't believe so, because Larry Herb's Twitter already has pretty much stopped talking about video games. And he does seem like he's very likely to go and work somewhere else and focus on another stage in his career, and that he isn't just trying to retire. And retiring for workaholic managers, which almost all of them are, doesn't really look like retirement to most people. They're not going home to spend more time with their family, regardless of how many people use that phrase. GameDeveloper.com has an article that says research indicates China's playtime limitations are ineffective. They've been in effect for years, but it appears they've not had much of an impact. I would argue, just looking at the headlines and not going any deeper, that China's playtime limitations have very little to do with China actually believing that they could force the current generation of kids that want to play video games to not play video games. And some of their limitations most recently are just insane, like 3 minutes online if you're under the age of like 12 or something. I'm picking up numbers out of the air, but it really is real small amount of time, or 3 hours online if you're under the age of like 16. And even if you are between 16 and 18, the limitations are ridiculously small amounts. But I never really felt like that was the plan. Most of my understanding as far as, well, we won, I think just because the opponent couldn't figure out a strategy to beat me, or ran out of time, take your pick. Um, so that's one victory as far as Chaos Angel. This next deck says effects trigger if the zone is changed. We're looking for Arctos the 12th. Has the effect of changing monster zones not only on your turn but also on your opponent's turn, so they can try to activate with various. Enjoy this unique play style of controlling which zones monsters are in. Okay. We'll take that. Like most of Chinese rules, I think a lot of the rules are made so they can, if you've been determined to be a dissident, if you've been determined to piss off the Communist Chinese Party, they can point to these examples where you've broken the arbitrary rules and use that as an excuse to punish you, jail you, lower your social credit score, things like that. In particular, the video game rules, I think, are designed to set a precedent so that any child that's determined to be a dissident or any child of a dissident can be claimed to be violating the online game rules and punished for that, or you could claim that they're a quote-unquote video game addict, which I think has a very different meaning to the Chinese Communist Party than it does what anybody else would claim as far as a true addiction to video games. If you're playing an hour a week and that's violating rules and they're calling that an addiction, that would be pretty ridiculous in most people's opinion. P-scale, 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 but they're all one. So let's go ahead and see what we can summon first. And then P-scale this. But yeah. These are all level 1 P-scale things. Let's see. I guess you just want to P-scale this again. So this is all about moving things, so I'm hoping that by moving this one way this way, that could do something. Interesting. Let's go ahead and activate this ability too. If it wasn't as I'm grasping for straws as far as what would have caused a problem with my channel, if it wasn't a case that my channel was hacked, and if it wasn't a case of installing the plugin, the Translate program somehow stole my credentials and got my account hacked, then the only other thought I can have is that I liked what looked like Russian comments on my videos, and I think going forward I am going to have to just say I'm going to have to delete all non-English comments on my channel, because liking it, even though there is a translate function that YouTube offers, seems to be potentially red flag, and I could certainly see making that rule anyways. Where it's just English only always. Okay. Okay. You can switch locations of two monsters to your main monsters. Okay. Let's go ahead and move this and this. And then that lets me destroy this. I am really lucking out here more than anything. I didn't realize that that was going to happen. But yeah, on almost every level, it does seem like there's no real effect as far as the Chinese limitation on gameplay. And certainly we're not going to get to a point where we get better Chinese games brought outside of China or even made in China, so we have better Chinese game developers in the next generation through time limitations alone. Maybe restrictions on gambling mechanics and just bad gameplay mechanics in general might create better games to be made and might help better games be made and sell. Okay, so let's try this again. So, it seems to me like swapping these two. Lets me activate this effect. Which lets me destroy a card. Okay. We have a Video Games Chronicle article here. Nintendo's new development center in Tokyo may reportedly be delayed to make it bigger. The building's completion could be held back to 2028 or later. Nintendo has notoriously been in the original capital of Kyoto in Japan before they moved Kyoto, the governmental capital, to Tokyo, and now they're building a very late to the party Tokyo building. Overall, I think Japan did a great job by moving their government capital when they moved it from Kyoto to Tokyo. It would make a lot of sense in my mind for them to do it again at this point, since that's been probably decades. Moving it either to the north part or the south part of the main island of Japan, or even some of the off islands of Japan, north and south. You could even go far west of Japan, of Tokyo, and move it that way. Just by moving the city capital, it would let the Tokyo government modernize a lot. They're still using a lot of fax machines and photocopiers, and they're just not really digital. It would help revitalize a dying area of their country. Everything happens in Tokyo, so if all of a sudden a lot of stuff was happening, a lot of business, a lot of government work, a lot of meetings were happening in a Neo-Tokyo, for lack of a better term, a new Tokyo, that would be I think, helpful too. Okay. Let's see. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Guess I could summon that. See if we can add a spell. Of course, I did also just talk about how Nintendo of Japan really doesn't make as many video games as you would think, so man, I'm gonna run out of time. We need to special summon something big and do it now. Oh, that just messed up really badly. I gotta move really fast here. I got 30 seconds to play, and that's a problem with a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! With this new timer that really you wouldn't have unless you were playing tournament play in the actual card game, and just these decks that have crazy strategies. I think he's beaten me anyways on this. You know what? We'll do this, and then we'll end the turn and we'll just lose. So at least we lose before. Warner Brothers has a Boston studio tour that they tweeted out. It's not playing, I guess. It was playing for a second there. I guess if you wanted to look at the studio and just see what a Warner Brothers video game studio looks like, it probably is a little bit fancier than it should be. Warner Brothers now owned by AT&T, maybe cutting the fat a little bit more in all of their divisions, including video games, but in the past they have been fairly rich, and so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of waste. The new Telltale, according to GameDeveloper.com, has acquired the developer of the game Erica, Flavorworks, which Erica was a live-action game. There, we lost. No big surprise there. Whereas the Telltale spin on visual novels were not live-action. Although the Telltale engine to run physics and to depict things visually was particularly old and problematic at the end of the original Telltale's life. What I wouldn't want to see here, as a personal matter of opinion, is that we start to see Telltale just try to be the new Embracer Group and acquire as many companies as possible while not really developing or releasing any games for their own efforts, and that they're just trying to have infinite growth through acquisition, because that really didn't work for Embracer Group so far either. The last loner deck here is 3 Draco Slayer monsters. At its core, the deck is designed to summon powerful monsters. First, try to synchro summon Ignis Star Prominence, the Blazing Draco Slayer. With that effect, special summon a Draco Slayer monster from your deck, and then link summon Beyond the Pendulum. After that, Pendulum summon powerful monsters. That sounds really complicated. Of course, you do always have a decent chance of just a quick disconnect network problem giving you a victory. And if you only need 3 in a loner deck event, that's very doable compared to having to win 20, 30 victories in some of the other events, which often go on way too long. As far as Erica, I don't think it was particularly well received, although it did look nice with its live action footage. And that is unfortunately the problem overall, is that all the full motion video content tends to look kind of nice. I don't understand. I thought the instructions said to summon this, not pendulum scale it. One of the things now that they give you a percentage as far as how many winning decks actually play those cards, and you can often see on these loner decks, or when you're doing a solo mission, that there is just not a high percentage of people playing those cards. Okay. Now what are we trying to special summon? Can we special summon the thing we're looking for? Said special summon this. Okay. And then we'll take high level card. P-scale that. And then low level card. P-scale that. Then we'll pendulum summon this. Here. And here. Draco Slayer Pendulum Monster. So my hope here is that what I'm summoning is to be the right thing. So yeah, I'm gonna select this and hope that this is what I was going for. Yeah, there's just so much of this going on. Way too much of this going on. Grabbing a normal card that way is probably stupid. see. Would there be an argument to special summoning anything else here? I don't think there is. And that's just like the first turn, and you've used 200 of your 300 seconds just to kind of learn what you're supposed to do with the cards and set up probably far too strong of a defense, because if he just has on his first play a board clear, or just killing all the monsters or destroying all the spells, I would really be at a disadvantage to try to catch up at that point. Video Games Chronicle says that Twisted Metal is Peacock's most binged comedy premiere to date. Viewers watched 3 episodes on average. NBC Universal is claiming, which, I mean, you just have to take their word for it. I have not heard anybody really talk about Twisted Metal, and you know, the premium streaming service Peacock I just don't think is owned by that many people. I would definitely say Peacock is very, very low on the list of top 10 streaming services, and Peacock definitely feels like a service that should turn into what they call fast channels, free ad-supported television, not a subscription streaming service where you have to pay in advance. Video Games Chronicle also says that a new GTA 5 mod adds AI characters you can talk to with a microphone. The new Sentient Streets story mod has NPCs who respond to your questions, which that is almost certainly going to be a gimmick that we see more and more. So far this has been done by a fan mod, but almost certainly we are going to start to see this push to have real human beings talking to artificial intelligence out of either loneliness or out of a way of just trying to stretch the length of your video game out. And I hope it dies as a concept very quickly, because it's not going to be good. Like, random artificial intelligence conversations and drivel are not going to contribute to people's livelihood and their interactions and their social skills. It's going to feed on itself and have crazier and crazier people being crazier and crazier. Let's see. Add a field spell, I guess. I have to keep an eye on the clock more than anything else. Discard that card. Okay, well, with this, I think we probably just want to activate this effect for some safety. There we go. Then I guess we'll just destroy this card. And do I want to summon this? Yeah, I think we've got a victory here, so we'll just leave it at that. One turn kill. Okay. I think that went pretty well. We've gone about an hour and 10 minutes into the stream as far as the warm-up section and playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! I will off-screen probably play for one more victory with any random one of these. I'll probably try Chaos Angel again. There really is no reason why you need to win with the needle that marks victory, but I won fairly well with this and fairly well with this, so this is a pretty good event. That being said, it has taken an hour out of my time where I could have been playing ranked to get up to platinum, but it also has helped me accomplish a small amount, not that much as far as daily quests. I just didn't have that many daily quests to do. I think because I've caught up on the solo modes, I haven't had a period where I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! Enough to have 6 to 9 daily quests. So, yeah. Having only 3 plus the duel and story mode, which I'll do in about 19 days, is not much of anything. Okay, so with that, I was going to change this, and they've kind of moved where the background wallpaper option is. We just got this one as a new wallpaper, so we'll select that and set that as the new wallpaper. Since it's new, I have no idea who this character is, though, being very uninformed. I can tell you like Blue Eyes White Dragon and Dark Magician, and that's about it. So now let's just focus on the news exclusively, and actually hop into the news. The visual novel sale, I guess, is now no longer being emphasized, even though I thought it ended on the 19th, not the 16th. Regardless, it also is on the 11th, so yeah, it's down here being pointed out on Steam. Since this is the first time I've streamed on Twitch in a very, very long time, many years, I will point out a lot of improvements have been made as far as a blur. That'll come into effect later on when we get through the news, as we start to look at all the games on my fall list and then look at all the games that came out on Steam to potentially make YouTube Shorts for. Now, on that aspect, I probably still would want to make shorts for something, but if my YouTube channel is gone and I'm on some other platform, I'm going to have to figure out whether I'm doing TikTok or Instagram or what to make shorts and what format shorts make sense on. As far as I understand it, there really isn't a good way to make shorts or an interest in shorts as far as Twitch is going for. Twitch is definitely more around long plays and let's plays. And that's basically what my pre-recorded footage was, and that basically was what these live streams were originally. But as we're looking at games that came out on Steam, I have been for many months, and hopefully this is not what got my channel deleted, looking at adult games in a blurred format and describing what I'm seeing and trying to highlight that adult games, if you click the button on Steam, do exist, although there is a real inconsistency on whether or not adult game makers actually put their games in the adult game section on Steam. And so that's where the blur is going to come into. But yeah, there's apparently a QuakeCon sale going on. We are still getting the usual suspects getting promoted as far as featured and recommended, and then the random collections of things going on sale, where it feels like these special offers are about 50% games that just sell very well anyways, Fallout New Vegas being an example of that, Doom Eternal, and then 50% being games that might have a reason that they are potentially trending, in the sense that they may be very new, or they may have had a new update, or there may have just been a burst in popularity. As far as the Visual Novel Fest is concerned, that 24-hour claim claim avatar. Apparently, it's not going to show me what actually I claimed, but whatever. So, yeah. Other things we have is the news crawl at the top and bottom. I've never really gotten a lot of feedback on that. It feels like I definitely am trying to copy something like a 24-hour news channel by having more news stories crawling at the top and bottom. But I'm not sure that they really make sense to exist there, or that anybody really can read them or cares. I've also found a way to make these interstitial screens. They're not very pretty, but they give us a general idea of how I feel about my 3 video game news sources and generally what to expect from them. So we're going to go through the Video Games Chronicle articles, and Video Games Chronicle is based out of the UK. It has more of a Western focus compared to an Asian focus, Eastern focus on video games, so you definitely don't see a lot of anime visual novels talked about on Video Games Chronicle. It often repeats what other Western news sources say, so it is not the first source very often. They often repeating things like Kotaku, Eurogamer, things like that. Eurogamer probably a big one, which most video game news sources repeat the same thing that somebody else is reporting on, and most news sources do that. It occasionally reports on stories that are UK exclusive, like the Pokemon store in London, which is not very useful as somebody who's in the United States. They often fairly frequently with their podcasts label their own self-promotion posts as news, and so in the news category you'll see an article about their podcast just labeled podcast. And then they sometimes make mistakes and show poor journalism every now and then, which is kind of going to be a reoccurring description of most video game news sources. Inherently, I picked Video Games Chronicle as my Western video game news source because they are perhaps the least biased, least political that I could find as a source, after being fairly frustrated with following the likes of Kotaku and other Polygon, things like that. Like Kotaku, those were pretty political, pretty biased. So as far as the news stories from Video Games Chronicle, we have Baldur's Gate 3's translation company vows change after the staff were left off credits. The developer Larian claimed it had directly contacted the translation house to resolve the error. I believe there was an actual apology of some sort, perhaps in this very long picture. Yep. It's still kind of amazing how many people on Twitter will put a picture of text instead of linking to a longer article, or paying for Twitter Blue to tweet out a longer thing, or doing multiple posts in a reply, which I still see people doing that. If anything, I think that really highlights how much X/Twitter, let's just keep calling it Twitter, had failed to convince people, even big companies, to pay anything towards their service. Metroid Dread's developer, they are an example of a second-party company that was hired to make Metroid Dread, although they actually worked very hard to pitch to Nintendo to let Nintendo let them make Metroid Dread. Second party in this case because they were being directly funded in part or in whole by Nintendo to make the game exclusively for the Switch, and as compared to a third-party company that is more likely to at some point be able to release their game on some other console. Like, there are second-party PlayStation game companies that make games that would be owned by Sony and PlayStation outright, and then there are third-party game developers who may even be getting some funding from Sony to put the games first and foremost on the PlayStation, but eventually those third-party companies would be able to still have the rights to the game in some level and release it on the Xbox or the Switch or the PC. But apparently Mercury Steam is working on 2 unannounced games, which is probably at least one more game than they can handle. I actually was not a huge fan of Metroid Dread in that it was an incredibly difficult game. And you even they admit that, because they put out an update to make an easier version, but even the easy version was incredibly difficult to just beat the game, and it never got any easier if you died a bunch, and you couldn't lower the difficulty any more than the lowest setting, and it's still, particularly at like the last boss fight, with 3 phases in the last boss fight, all being very difficult, all requiring very precise deflection actions to happen, otherwise you will just die. Like, I just don't feel like they got the feel of what a Metroid game really should be. If anything, they're making Metroid games for people who perhaps have been playing Metroid games their whole life, instead of making a Metroid game that should also be welcoming to new players, particularly new players and kids on the Switch. And then I just didn't like the robot dread element. That just didn't feel like Metroid at all. And the parts that did feel like Metroid were kind of small and not focused on. So yeah, I found like it was very much a middle of the line game, and it wraps up the Metroid story. So at some point, if you're going to follow the narrative of Metroid, you're going to have to perhaps reboot the whole series now, which wouldn't be the worst ideas. Apparently, Mercury Steam is working on a fantasy title with 505 Games, but without a name, without a trailer, without an announcement, this is very unactionable information. You really can't do anything with it. You can't put a game on your fall list on Steam. You can't write a date on your calendar as to when a game is coming out. All you can do is potentially keep this information in your mind and try and remember 6 months to 4 years from now, which is almost certainly not going to happen if you follow the video game news cycle, which cycles quite a bit on a daily basis. Moving on, Rockstar has acquired a GTA 5 roleplay developer called CFX.re. The group is behind GTA and Red Dead's most popular tools. I don't know what that really does. I guess these are just roleplay communities, and maybe some mod tools to assist in role-playing. It's a very different way to play GTA 5 than what was intended, certainly. If you are going into GTA 5 and role-playing with several other players, it feels more like there should be a game like that, but maybe that shouldn't be GTA. When I think GTA, I think running around stealing cars and shooting people and stealing money and committing crimes. I don't think that I'll be playing a Dungeons and Dragons style role-playing game, which is what it feels like this is, with other real-world players. That feels more like something you would play in Baldur's Gate 3, not GTA. But I can certainly see why people might want to roleplay as gangsters and not elves and wizards and fantasy characters. So if Rockstar made a spin-off game focused around role-playing, that would be at least one more game that Rockstar is actually making, versus them seemingly dragging their feet to make GTA 6 and basically nothing else. I just saw a post talking about the canceled Bully 2 that was revealed a couple years ago, and yeah, there's still no belief really that Bully 2 would ever be made, or even a remake of Bully 1, which I think they may have teased something like a remake of Bully 1. It really hasn't come to fruition. Apparently, confusion has arisen as to whether Modern Warfare 3 is coming to the PS4 and Xbox One. It's still not clear whether the game is coming to last gen. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't, but it's probably not worth digging any deeper. Instead, we should just potentially wait and see what happens. See if the confusion gets cleared up eventually. Overwatch 2 has been released on Steam, and Video Games Chronicle is using a phrase I don't like to see used because it has very quickly lost any real meaning by saying it's been review bombed. More than 25,000 overwhelmingly negative user reviews have been submitted. It's somewhat believable that 25,000 people who have played Overwatch 2 on other storefronts that don't allow reviews just had a pent-up opinion that they wanted to put out on Steam to warn other players away from it. This is one of those cases where it would be very logical to go to the Steam page itself, and the images don't seem like they want to load today. Man, ever since I switched over to AT&T fiber internet, it's been terrible. Let's see. Well, we're seeing a reoccurring comment here that's saying the people who make the Overwatch porn work harder than the people who make Overwatch, which, in fairness, having seen some of the Overwatch porn, I don't know if that isn't accurate. Here's a long list. Of games that are, I guess, in the same price. Do not support Activision Blizzard. Overwatch 2 has no respect for you. It's an attempt to pry open your wallet while masquerading it as the game it used to be. So there's a lot of dissatisfaction around Overwatch 1 basically being abandoned in favor of Overwatch 2, which was promising a lot of single player content. Then they pulled back on this. There's definitely some comments here of hating Activision Blizzard in general. If anything, I think this probably highlights a reason why you really wouldn't want to acquire Activision Blizzard if you're Microsoft. And yet Microsoft is going full forward with it, and they've already committed, I imagine, millions in lawyer fees. How much of this really feels like a review bomb? Not all of it, certainly. I don't think there is a ton of disingenuous feelings here. You can see that a significant number of these people have played for very little amounts of time, which in most cases would be an argument to dismiss a lot of these games. But yeah, there is in this case a lot of pent-up thing. They forgot to add content for 3 years. This one has a high amount of gameplay time on it, although you can just run the game longer. And this review was only an hour and a half in when they reviewed it. Inherently, this is the problem with the review bomb concept in general, is that there are quite a bit of legitimate grievances. Steam has yet to label all these negative reviews as being a review bomb. I think probably because if they labeled all the new game reviews right now, since it only came out yesterday, as a review bomb, then there would only be 11% of people's reviews being counted, and you would definitely be disenfranchising people who are very obviously upset. But yeah, ideally, game development companies would want to call everything a review bomb, whereas previously Steam introduced the idea of the phrase of a review bomb for being off-topic conversations that really don't have to do with the quality of the video game. Most of the criticisms here are to do with the quality of the video game. Perhaps it's not relevant to some gamers that Activision Blizzard is a scummy company, so maybe that criticism is not relevant, but the fact that they've not added content and that they've made the game worse than Overwatch 1 is definitely on topic as far as the quality of the game. It definitely also highlights just what the general feelings and what the community of a player versus player game would be if everybody's a little bit upset or a little bit irate. But yeah, developers would definitely like to use the phrase review bomb as a way of shutting down conversations, and they definitely would like to get rid of the idea of letting people review games and effectively use their free speech to review a game. And that's why you have the Epic Store very much trying to sell itself as the place where the developer can control whether there are reviews or not, and can delete reviews and can just manipulate it. Inherently, the internet is just overflowing more today than ever with fake reviews, both in the positive and negative directions, and the consumer is increasingly just getting disenfranchised because they can't trust reviews and they can't trust the developers of the games or the developers of other products to give a good quality product. It is perhaps a example of late stage capitalism in which corporations have gotten so big that they can influence the supposedly separate marketplaces and suppress reviews. And in video game ways, the idea of review bombing is just another notch in the belt of people who certainly promote the idea that video gamers in general are just a culture of toxic people, which is another phrase that is just like not something I like to see used, which I don't really feel like personally, having not really played Overwatch 2, I don't feel like Overwatch 2 players are the toxic players there. I think they have had a long-running three-year-long grievance with Overwatch 2 not delivering on its promises, and I think they are rightfully upset. So I guess this would be a game that I would make a YouTube short on, though, and just show that it's overwhelmingly negative, whatever YouTube shorts actually end up being. The Lollipop Chainsaw remake we already had really talked about. It has a new name, but it's delayed to 2024. I definitely feel like they could move this around for more polish reasons, or they could move it around to potentially release newer games. There would be a small hope, but really no promise, that Lollipop Chainsaw's remake would lead to a sequel of Lollipop Chainsaw, which is really what you would want if the remake is good. We're hoping that the remake is good and is a fairly long game. But yeah, we'll just have to see how the remake goes before they would even begin to think about revitalizing it as a series. Theoretically, a cheesecake style game as a sequel that's not around Juliet and zombies and a cheerleader with a chainsaw might be more interesting than continuing with Juliet as a character. And effectively, Juliet here is the prototype for Bayonetta. Bayonetta eats lollipops to refill her health. Bayonetta doesn't have a giant chainsaw. She has other magical attacks as a witch. Bayonetta is actually showing more skin in a lot of scenarios because she has magical hair that she uses as her outfit, whereas Juliet is not really that magical and is just wearing the ridiculous porn version of what a high school cheerleader outfit would look like. Although in all fairness, high school cheerleader outfits do seem kind of ridiculous in general. They usually have like a fabric that's a different color covering their stomachs, and they're usually not showing actual cleavage, but they are tight in the chest, and often they would cover the shoulders, if not the entire arms, elbows, and wrists. But the skirt is the same, underskirts are the same. It is a very weird outfit that solely exists for a weird activity of being a cheerleader. Which overall the entire outfits could be rethought, or the entire idea of a cheerleader should be rethought. There is no actual career path to be a cheerleader any more than there's a higher chance that a high school football player would end up being in the NFL, and that chance is insignificantly small. There's basically no chance that a high school cheerleader would end up being a cheerleader for the NFL. Like that number is way smaller. So yeah, if high school's activities are supposed to teach people career oriented abilities, things they could do as they grow older, cheerleading really doesn't fall in that realm. I'm sure there's probably some excuses that would go against that, but yeah, I would personally say leave cheerleading out of real schools and make it solely be a cosplay, like fetish type outfit idea that adults do. Moving on though, I don't want to get dragged into long rambles. Of course, being on Twitch, the more you stream, the longer you stream, I guess the better. And that is the one thing that would help me, is that these live streams do tend to go on forever. Apparently, according to Video Games Chronicle, Roblox is planning to start interviewing future candidates in Roblox itself. The new Roblox Career Center is designed for would-be employees. I guess that is one way, certainly, to make sure that people who want to work for Roblox have actually played Roblox and actually knows how it works. Although, I would say there's probably a lot of career paths in working for a company like Roblox that would not need for the person to actually have played Roblox. If you're just an HR person, if you're just an accountant, if you're just a janitor, it seems kind of ridiculous to make them play interview in Roblox. That seems silly. And it definitely seems silly even if you were just a high professional person that did actually play in Roblox. It's just not a real professional way to do things. Apparently, a new fan-made port of Wipeout can be played in the web browser. This programmer asks Sony to leave it alone or shut it down and make their own remaster, which is an odd request that will almost certainly not be heeded by Sony. Sony will potentially DMCA it and then not make a remaster. I didn't know Sony even owned Wipeout. That would certainly explain to me why the Nintendo 64 Wipeout games never ended up anywhere else. And by Wipeout we mean the racing game from that Nintendo 64 era, and it probably was like a PlayStation 2 game, and I didn't have a PlayStation 2, so don't confuse it with the Wipeout TV series where you're jumping on like platforms and jumping over traps to get around from one point to the other, and there's a bunch of swinging padded batons that knock you into the water if you don't jump over them. Which there are also video games around the Wipeout TV series. Wipeout not being a copyrightable phrase. EA's Football Club Mobile has been announced, and it's going to feature Vinicius Jr. as the cover star. I assume this is a somewhat popular soccer player. I'll leave it at that since I'm not that into soccer. Keith David is going to succeed Lance Reddick as Commander Zavala in Destiny. This is Lance Reddick died suddenly. Reddick's existing lines in the game will remain untouched, and Keith David is going to step in and do all future voice acting for the same character. Which I guess I can applaud that they did delay that announcement to a fairly reasonable amount of time. Lance Reddick died probably 2 months ago. It would have been sleazy to announce it like the next week. They have done some condolences things, and they put some like memorial things into Destiny 2 to try to be as respectful as you can as a video game company that happened to hire a voice actor who randomly died. So there really isn't a lot of room for disrespectfulness or complaint at the moment, although Keith David could be asked to voice some line of dialogue that might raise the air of disrespect. How much you really need to respect a voice actor who died isn't definitely another question, but people definitely would consider that a touchy subject, to say the least. Sony has said that its reaction to its price drop has been weak in the UK. The PS5 has accounted for 47% of all consoles sold in the UK this year. So Sony seemingly is adopting that Japanese attitude of saying, we have way too high expectations, and then we're going to say we're disappointed when sales don't meet their expectations. There is not particularly the greatest of economy in the UK as I understand it right now, nor anywhere. So I could see where if people had more fun money to spend, they might buy PlayStation 5s more often. I feel like there was a shortage for a very long time of PS5s all around the world, and that certainly hurt their sales in the earlier parts of this year. I doubt that there's that much speculation around a PS6 coming out anytime soon, so I don't think people are just waiting. But there is speculation of the next Nintendo console coming out, which maybe people are saving for that. It is kind of weird to say sales are weak this year when we haven't hit the Black Friday or Christmas season yet, which could definitely turn around. Overall, though, I would also say that the PlayStation 5 has not done any better of a job than Xbox or Nintendo have done this year as far as actually releasing games. We've gotten some announcements for games, certainly, but if I was to try to pull a list of the major AAA system seller style games that have come out this year, that list, I assume, is going to be almost empty. And that is something that I was definitely planning on trying to program, is to use the Steam trending charts to see what games people really were playing. It wouldn't really tell me what games people are actually buying, but it would tell me if people are mostly focused on just playing more Dota 2 or more CSGO on Steam, which are usually in the top 10, and CSGO is usually one of the top numbers, then that could tell me that there isn't a lot of hype for say new games. Like Dead Island 3 would be a great example, a AAA game that almost certainly underperformed. Although notably, I don't think anybody has said that out loud, that it's underperformed. But yeah, more and more I want to try and use the SteamDB website to figure out what games people are actually playing versus what games are being talked about by mainstream video game journalism or being hyped about by advertising companies. But yeah, I think maybe there was a Spider-Man Miles Morales game that's come out for the PS5 this year, and I would struggle to think of anything else as a big system seller since January. Moving on, Video Games Chronicles says that early reviews put Baldur's Gate 3 ahead of Zelda at the top of Metacritic. It's currently one of the highest rated games of all time, but its score could yet drop. I could see its score going down as people play with it and lose interest. It's actually very surprising how Diablo 4 seems to have completely lost interest in most players' minds. So yeah, right now there are 20 critic reviews giving it a 97, whereas the user score is a 9.3 of 4,140 reviews, and I would want to focus more on that on Metacritic. I don't really trust OpenCritic or Metacritic's reviews that well, but I don't know of a better system either. Generally, I would just prefer to see what the reviews of the game on Steam are, which that's, I think, a even less controlled environment compared to user reviews here. That being said, you see a lot of these cutscenes here, and that's not what I think Baldur's Gate really is. And so there's a little bit of a deceptiveness, I think, around that. Obviously not enough that people are really upset about it, but I could see once you put 200 hours into Baldur's Gate 3, you may find that you want another 200 hours of content and you just aren't able to find it, and that may be somewhat disappointing. Or you may just hit a wall where you put 200 hours of content in it and then you are just not as enthusiastic about it, the game. I do have this thought, certainly, here's SteamDB tracking the game, that that there is potential. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say I do have this almost faith thought that smaller narrative games actually created by artistic people have to be the way you go for games, and then making something like Baldur's Gate 3 is just a fluke that it can be such a big game so that people potentially will play for so long, because I don't think other game developers want to or even could live up to the standard of Baldur's Gate 3, which also was in early access for like 3 years, so it had a lot of extra time to make itself be a huge game. And one of the developers was talking about how they were afraid that they may have just burnt out all interest in the game in the early access section before it actually launched, and they were somewhat happily surprised to find that people were still willing to buy it and play it. They also are building on the realm and rules of Dungeons and Dragons, so they're leaning heavily on prior art, and Dungeons and Dragons have always been very long, causing the games to play very long. You can see SteamDB showing the number of players coming up and coming down depending on the hours. You have just a peak and a trough, a peak and a trough, and you would need more days to draw a line on these peaks and see if that creates a trend. It looks like there's perhaps a small trend of fewer people playing it, but that may not be much of anything. Meanwhile, the 3-year mark here can show, seems just about 3,000 people to 32,000 people before July 20th, and then it actually got released, and then it jumps up to 814,000 people, which that doesn't really help in that order. You would have to get down to like 1 week, which it hasn't been a week, to get any real statistics there. But again, I would much prefer to see in the last 30 days that it's 96% positive with 77,021 people reviewing it than the insignificantly small numbers of people that went to Metacritic and reviewed it. It was about 4,000 reviews there, and that's just in the last 30 days. You could also include reviews from the early access section to say that people have been very positive of it, up to 134,422 reviews overall, which includes this 77,000. The SteamDB plugin also showing how many people are online right now. That is also one thing though that would potentially make it so I really wouldn't want to play Baldur's Gate 3. I'd have to think about it, certainly, in that I would want to play it single player, and a lot of enjoyment of this game might be in the online co-op aspects, because Dungeons and Dragons in general, not a game that is popular to play if in single player. Let's see. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says the UK Metal Giants Tesseract release a VR experience to unlock a new single. Tesseract is a band, a metal band, maybe not heavy metal. So theoretically, I guess you would have to have a VR headset, which is not the majority of people, to then unlock the single, I guess maybe as DLC. Is this actually being released on Steam? Yeah, Steam and Steam VR. Do they have an actual link to it though? The game, which is now on Steam, is a VR experience. And clicking on Steam just takes me to the tag for Steam instead of a link to the page. There is definitely an argument to gimmicks like this having existed around music before, and the idea of being in VR to see a performance instead of actually going to a concert hall and seeing a performance, or a stadium to see a performance for a metal show. Like, I could see how you could think you might reach more of an audience if you released a 3D video game version of it, but you definitely aren't going to reach a newer audience or a bigger audience with the requirement of VR, which I assume you actually do require the VR aspect there. That's what would really change it for me, is if it's only VR optional, then this is kind of a great idea of trying to embrace new technologies and do something different. If it requires VR, then it's going to come off as ridiculous and elitist, and my assumption is that this new single is probably not that good and they're trying to hide it under some weird release schedule that maybe they negotiated some extra pay for. it does seem like Sega may have been involved with this. I thought I saw Sega. Yeah. Nope, they're just mentioning the Sega Master System. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Tesseract is getting more money to license the song to this gimmick idea than they would trying to sell the single or release it on radio. Moving on, THQ has announced a 3D South Park game called Snow Day. The co-op game will be released for consoles and PC in 2022. This definitely looks like a screenshot from the Stick of Truth South Park, which would be a very old game. I'm not really sure, though, that I believe this is going to be. By the way, I also have a blur enabled on these videos, just so there's not any content ID on them, so the videos would be a little less blurry if you clicked on them. Yeah, I doubt that this is going to be an RPG game and a continuation of the Stick of Truth, or what was the other one? The something Butthole was the name of it. It was something like Divided Butthole. So it was like a pun name. If anything, this feels like this is South Park attempting to make something like a Splatoon game, which isn't the worst idea, since we know Ubisoft is making Foam Stars as a Splatoon style game. There's definitely a lot of questions in my mind. As somebody who's never been a huge fan of South Park and really probably haven't watched even a single episode, I'm a fan, I guess, from afar, not actually watching it. I do have to question, though, in 2023 whether there really is a large audience of fans of South Park to the point that they would want to play a Splatoon clone of South Park. Splatoon definitely being targeted to kids because kids aren't allowed to play things like Fortnite, or because the kids aren't allowed to play Call of Duty Modern Warfare, or one of the more realistic first-person shooter type games, player versus player type games. You don't have that problem if it's adults playing South Park. So why wouldn't they be playing Modern Warfare or one of the other military first-person shooter games instead? So yeah, I really have to question whether there's an audience for this game or whether there's a market for this. But on a general thought, I guess I'm happy to hear THQ announce anything at all as a new game being released, because Embracer Group, as the parent company of THQ, which was formerly THQ Nordic, which was formerly Nordic Games, and the original THQ has since been out of business and has been resurrected. Yeah, THQ used to stand for Tokyo headquarters, and Embracer Group is more of a European company, not a Japanese company. But it's nice for them to announce something instead of just announcing a closure of an office, which is basically what they announced a couple days ago. Instead, Embracer Group did. Moving on, the 2023 Pokemon World Championship, how to watch the Pokemon World Championship article is here on Video Games Chronicles. Apparently, you can watch it during these times on Twitch, and there are several different Twitch TV channels. So check out this article if you're interested. We're almost done with the Video Games Chronicle articles, which is to say we're really not anywhere done with the stream. EA Sports Football Club 24 Nintendo Switch gameplay footage appears online if you want to check that out. Well, nope, can't. It's been taken down due to a copyright claim. So yeah, apparently it leaked online, and apparently it probably was legitimate if it's been taken down, but illegitimate footage, I guess, sometimes gets taken down also. I imagine the Switch version of the game probably doesn't look as good as an Xbox or a PlayStation version of the game would. Pikmin 4 has topped Japanese charts for the third week in a row. Pikmin 4 seemingly selling very well. I have a couple of Nintendo Switch games to play, and I guess as I'm crossing my fingers and hoping to get my channel back, now would be the time to potentially play some of those Nintendo Switch games, because I was never making footage for Nintendo games in the first place. Those would have always been DMCA claimed. So yeah, I guess I'll probably spend the weekend playing one of those games, if not both of those games. I never really did get back to playing the new Pokemon Snap game, which I enjoyed it and wanted to get back to it. Of course, playing one video game over another is a odd decision you have to make if you're trying to be a streamer. Let's see. The Quake 2 remaster will be released today, it's been claimed. Update the remaster has been announced at QuakeCon. Yeah, I think it actually is out. Well, no, it's not out, I guess, according to this update on the 10th. It was announced it's going to include the expansion Call of the Machine as well as Quake 2 64 for free. It's coming from Night Dive, which has been a very good company as far as re-releasing older games that still have some level of relevancy. That being said, I would say of the long list of Night Dive re-released and ports of games, and there has not been a lot of desire to reboot things. It's not a case where, like Doom, the original Doom game, was released by a company like Night Dive, and then that led to the 2016 Doom reboot. That didn't happen at all. The original Doom game has always been playable. It's been the most playable game of any game to ever exist, and it's pretty much, as far as I know, always been available for purchase on Steam. So the Doom 2016 remake was more of an attempt to just continue to do something with Doom after they had made one or two terrible Doom movies. Quake as a remastered concept certainly could catch my attention more, in the same way that I had no interest whatsoever in System Shock until they announced a remake of System Shock. And yeah, there is an increased relevancy as remastered versions or remakes of versions get made. Let's see. The latest PlayStation 5 system update is now available, but it doesn't add Dolby Atmos support, which is still in beta. So it's probably not really worth it to go through the list of what the update is. If you're really interested, check out this article. Let's see. The Metro author has been handed an 8-year prison term for speaking out against the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I assume. However, the author is not currently in Russia, so he was convicted and sentenced in absentia, or at least sentenced in absentia, in absence. So if he goes back to Russia, or if he goes to a country that would extradite him to Russia, they would put him in 8 years. Probably hard labor. I imagine there's a lot of people who are connected to either Ukraine or popular enough or connected to Russia who have spoken out and been sentenced in absentia. The legal system in Russia does not seem, from my opinion, to be particularly as just or as open as it should be, and it does seem like if Putin wants somebody jailed, they will just be jailed or killed. After the Russian invaded Ukraine, the lawmakers passed a bill that punishes those spreading quote-unquote fake information that goes against the Russian government's narrative, which, yeah, this obviously no free speech. They're saying we don't believe in free speech. Up to 15 years in prison. Is this probably that's something that's really concerning him? Probably not at the moment, but we'll have to see if he ever ends up being in the hands of Russian or the Russian legal system. That being said, let me try to add some fairness as best as I can as a United States citizen, in that while a lot of the people in the United States probably to some level agree with what Edward Snowden did, the United States government, under, I believe it was at least 3 different administrations, all tried to arrest and extradite Edward Snowden and convict him and put him in a jail cell and basically throw away the key. So yeah, it's not like the United States doesn't also have political enemies and political prisoners that they would like to throw in jail, and almost certainly have thrown in jail. All countries do it. Some countries, I think, are just really, really good at it. Some countries kill the people so quickly it doesn't make the news cycles. But yeah, like, it's a shame we don't have a pure, uncorrupted, just country out there to point to, but we really don't have that. Moving on, we talked about Twisted Metal being Peacock's most binged comedy premiere to date, and we talked about Nintendo's new development center to be delayed to make it even bigger, which maybe that is in part a gimmick around not paying taxes in a certain time frame. If they just constantly are adding to the construction, or it might be some other way of moving money around. There might be bigger financial reasons to continue to build bigger. Now we're going to look at the Gamatsu articles, which I don't have my interstitial pop-up here because it glitched. But yeah, Gamatsu articles in general are run by a single guy in New York, but it is very Japanese, Eastern based as far as the news articles. He basically will put out any press release he gets, and he does a lot of work, frankly, for seemingly being one person. And his WordPress website works just as well as any other video game news source that uses a WordPress style website. So yeah, you'll see a distinctive difference in focus. He tends not to really repeat opinions at all. He is the editor of Gamatsu really comes off as a much better journalist than, say, Video Games Chronicle or GameDeveloper.com. If anything, I guess his bias is probably trying to not be biased and just trying to highlight video games from Japan that very obviously get censored in a certain way. They are just not reported about. Here you have one here called Encouragement of Climb Next Summit, or Ano Yama Mi Mou Ichido, being announced for the PS4 and Switch, due out in December 7th in Japan. This game very possibly never coming to the West, so very possibly will never be mentioned at all by GameDeveloper.com or Video Games Chronicle. This is, I believe, based off an anime of what are, I would call these moe anime girls in the moe style instead of the slightly taller kawaii style, or the shorter chibi style. But yeah, anime girls, group of kids that form a climbing group, form a climbing club. Although I do suspect that climbing really doesn't mean wall climbing mountains as much as it means just walking up regular paths, walking paths to the top of mountains. It's supposed to be cutesy and colorful, slice of life type, probably visual novel, yeah, story. Earth Defense Force World Brothers 2 has a teaser trailer on Gematsu if you want to check that out. This is a spin-off Earth Defense Force game, obviously with the voxel art style. Earth Defense Force games are always intriguing but never very good in their quality, in my opinion. A smartphone game, Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, launches September 7th. Pre-registration is now available. The question you would want to check here is if it is Japanese exclusive or not. It very possibly isn't. It seems to me like Square Enix is going to push probably 2, maybe even 3 too many Final Fantasy games out in the next 12 months, and I could see an oversaturation already existing around Final Fantasy. It's not like there is massive amounts of sales for Final Fantasy 16. In fact, it's very believable that a lot of people never even heard that Final Fantasy 16 came out, or remember at this point, even a couple months now. Actually, it's probably only been a couple of weeks since it came out. So bearing it with a smartphone game and then a new announcement around the online Final Fantasy 14, all these new announcements is a little too much. But also, I guess that's the only thing Square Enix can do, is just continue to make Final Fantasy games and announce it, because they don't really have anything left otherwise to offer. A game called Don Don Pachi Blissful Death Reincarnation launches December 7th in Japan for the PS4 and Switch. Should also be mentioned that I have a different plugin. I have a lot of plugins installed in Firefox that will rewrite some of these headlines. So if it says PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4, it'll rewrite it so it just says PS4/5. It's not changing the substance of what's being said, it's just shortening the headlines so I don't end up reading incredibly long headlines as they spell out PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 and Switch. And they have a tendency on Gematsu to say PS4, Xbox One, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, because it's last gen and first gen, when more naturally you would speak just PS4/5, Xbox One/Series. As far as what Don Don Pachi is, I assume it is a shoot 'em up game. I never really have time to... Yeah, this is a shoot 'em up game in the middle of one of these Japanese live streams that go on forever. But yeah, shoot 'em up games still fairly popular in Japan, although I'm not sure that they aren't just re-releasing a bunch of old shoot 'em up games, or sequels to old shoot 'em up games. But yeah, the shoot 'em up game series still somewhat popular, fairly popular in Japan with wild names. Fate Samurai Remnant has an opening animation animated by Cloverworks if you want to check this out. This would be an opening animation that really won't connect too much to what the actual visuals look like in the action RPG, JRPG game, which it is coming out according to these tags for PS4 PS4, PS5, Switch, and PC. I wouldn't be surprised if it eventually comes out for the Xbox 6 months to 2 years later. For the Fate series, Fate/Samurai looks very different as a game. Usually the Fate series is set in modern times with magical characters. I'm going to make a short off of this, so I'm going to put it on the follow list to follow also. Yeah, opening animations, ending animations though, pretty deceptive. They're very pretty, but they just are not made by the same companies ever. And the same is true for anime. The opening animations and closing animations are almost always made by a different company, and they can be very pretty and they can be cool, but they don't really tell you what the meat of the sandwich is going to look like or how that experience is going to be. Here we have Gematsu updating its Famitsu sales from the 31st to the 6th, which with the updated information we can see Pikmin 4 is at the top with 78,838 units sold, or maybe this is in the thousands. Actually, I think it's actually in the ones. And then it's been a long-running trend that the Nintendo Switch has outsold in Japan software-wise. The first PlayStation 5 game even on the list is Final Fantasy XVI from Square Enix, selling only 2,991 for that week. Overall, lifetime, it sold 407,880 units. Of course, that's nothing compared to the massive number of sales for like Tears of the Kingdom. Then even some games that you just wouldn't even recognize as a Westerner, like Natsumon 20th Century Summer Vacation, has sold quite a lot. Excluding Final Fantasy XVI, the next PlayStation 5 game this week would have been Street Fighter 6 in the 27th position, and Street Fighter 6 for the PS4 in the 28th position, and then more Switch games. And it has been fairly consistent that this is the problem with Sony PlayStation in general, is it's just not selling software in Japan. And obviously Xbox just doesn't really exist in any large enough numbers for an Xbox version of a game to make the top 30 ever. I've never seen an Xbox game make the top 30 in Japan. But then you also have hardware sales, and the Switch OLED model with the original Switch, with the Switch Lite combined, is always consistently outselling the PlayStation 5, even if you add the PlayStation Digital Edition and the PlayStation 4 numbers. Like, even added all together, it's still not catching up at all. PlayStation 5 may have a few more years on it compared to the Switch, particularly if a Switch Model 2 comes out, and then eventually the lifetime sales of the Switch OLED model plus the Switch Original plus the Switch Lite might come somewhere close to the lifetime sales of PlayStation 5, with the PlayStation 5 being a much smaller number. But that is going to be a tall order. And every week it feels like that the PlayStation doesn't have a breakout hit in Japan. The Xbox Series X tends to have better sales. Like, the fact that it's 3,132 units sounds like a very small amount of units, because it is, but it is way better. It's tenfold better than what they often were getting a year ago, where they would sell 10, 20, maybe 40 or 50 units a week. When you see 3,000 units, that means they convinced 3,000 Japanese video game stores to actually have an Xbox Series X on the shelf, and that's the hard sell, certainly. And the fact that you're even selling 144 units of this is still tripling the numbers of them selling new 2DS LLs, which are still popular enough to be counted on the charts. Noticeably, though, they don't compare this to any kind of digital sales on PC, which PC gaming does have a small feeling like it's becoming more popular in Japan, particularly Steam games for a Japanese audience. I'm seeing more and more of that over the weeks. There is also just no touching on mobile. Like, there could be a fairly large amount of people who are playing games on cell phones and mobilely that way, and those metrics are not being counted either by Famitsu, which it'd be better if Famitsu did have those metrics, but they don't. Take note that Famitsu is a separate entity, not in any way connected to Famitsu as a game, video game news site, but it is a fairly respected news source that I think mostly speaks Japanese. Moving on, Taito arcade platformer Spice Adventure is coming to the PS4 and 5. This is my rewriting, and Xbox One and Series and Switch in the spring of 2024. It's going to be published by NN Games, is how I've determined to pronounce that. As a game, it looks like a colorful platformer, of which I don't think I would really have any interest in. Side-scrolling platformer game. For the most part, I was planning on making a YouTube short on any game that had a Steam link, which I don't see this one actually having a Steam link. Yeah, it's not for PC. But yeah, any game that put out a press release that Gamatsu put out was a game that put enough effort into it to get a YouTube short. Back, if I get my YouTube channel back and go back to making YouTube shorts, which, yeah, I feel like that was working fairly nicely as an idea, but apparently we'll have to see what happens. I really would have to question whether making shorts about new games coming out and then putting it on something like Twitter, or not Twitter, but TikTok would make a lot of sense or would work. I'll definitely just have to wait and see and give a lot of thought to what to do going forward. Definitely didn't have a redundancy plan. I never got my servers set up big enough to I never set up the software, and I never got them set up to actually be able to back up all of my old videos, which would have been a plan, certainly. Enchanted Portals launches September 6th for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC, and then a few weeks later for the PS4 and Xbox One. It is a side-scrolling cooperative platformer, which I wonder if it is supposed to be something like, well, nothing was still. Oh, yep. This definitely feels like it is trying to be a Cuphead competitor using that old animation style, which I don't hate that idea. I don't know if co-op platforming in a Cuphead style of gameplay really changes that much, though, because Cuphead's main problem is that it was way too difficult, and I would still personally only be playing it in single player if I can play it in single player. So, yep. And I don't think this is from the same makers of Cuphead, even though it looks very similar to Cuphead. Not arguably, maybe that this old cartoony art style is a gimmick that really only works for like one game. Yeah, it potentially is a gimmick that only works once. And And maybe that's why we didn't see a bunch of copycat games. It is also just an art style that most people would really struggle to copy. If anything more, I would want the Cuphead art style to have been used to make different types of games, and that just really hasn't happened, unfortunately. Instead, we had like Cuphead Netflix animation series that didn't really matter, and long delays on the Cuphead DLC, which I think that finally came out. But yeah, there really should have been more copycats than what I've seen so far. For as old as Cuphead is, it's probably two or 3 years old now. Moving on, Ghost Runner 2 closed beta signups have been opened, and major news is set for August 21st, which I personally always hate an announcement for an announcement, as it is. So that's not really actionable information to say an announcement is coming. Hello Engineer is coming out for all consoles. That's another rewrite, so that all consoles means PS4, PS5, Switch, Xbox One, Xbox Series, and PC. It doesn't mean like the NES, the Super NES, or any console that is no longer really being supported. Hello Engineer released on Stadia in 2021. Which, you see these kind of gimmick construction games, and I'm not sure if they actually get natural audiences or what. But I could certainly see in this spin-off of the Hello Neighbor series that you're crafting vehicles much like the Tears of the Kingdom Mega Hand concept is, that you craft items. So this may just be a trend in gimmicks, in that you craft your own vehicles and then you do a little bit of racing. It's weird that it is tied to the hide and go seek stealth game of the Hello Neighbor series, particularly since it doesn't seem like he plays any real role. This is probably an example of how the physics systems, which back in the 90s or 2010s, a couple decades ago, were very focused on as a gameplay mechanic to sell a game. And honestly, most physics systems didn't really sell games. Portal is an example of a game engine that had a physics system that helped a game like Portal really work. And Half-Life is another example of physics systems. But the vast majority of games, more recently, definitely have physics systems where things fall down because of gravity, or things bounce off of things, or hair flows in the wind, but it hasn't been emphasized or sold as a gameplay mechanic. We might be crossing the line back into the idea of physics being the gimmick that sells some games, in that you would need a new generation of physics system to make these kinds of vehicles. It makes, I think, a little bit more sense to potentially sell a few games based on a new generation of physics than it does to try to sell people on a new generation of lighting, aka ray tracing, which ray tracing has, while it looked very pretty and was very exciting, has failed fairly miserably to be implemented in a smooth and appreciable way in modern games. I recently just finished playing Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Rise of the Tomb Raider definitely felt like one of those games that had sold itself on ray tracing, and a couple years down the line, it doesn't actually look that good, and I feel like the overemphasis on ray tracing just made the game very dark in a lot of places, and was a waste when Rise of the Tomb Raider would have been better with a few more tombs and a lot more polish in the story. Um, well, apparently Quake 2 did come out because it's now available for all consoles and PC, including the expansion pack Quake 2 64 and more. So, yeah. I don't know why all these pictures aren't loading at the moment. Like, this is just like constantly the problem with my internet, is that things just stop loading on pages. But yeah, Quake 2, I think, already on my wish list, so it feels like maybe there was a case here where Quake 2 is available for sale, and I had already put it on the wish list. It still would be a very hard pitch to me personally to want to play Quake 2, since I've never played Quake 1 and never really cared to play any of the Quake games. But there obviously are a lot of people who are potentially nostalgic for Quake, assuming they still are playing video games and actually do have nostalgia for old video games. There's definitely a lot of people, I guess that's the best I can say, is there was a lot of people who played Quake 2 back when Quake 2 was originally released and popular. A cat photography adventure game called Nico Odyssey, Nico being the Japanese word for cat, has been announced for PC. Alright. It's coming out in 2024. Looks like it's mostly pixel graphics until you take a photo of the cat, and then after you take the photos of the cats, you get slightly better resolution. Yeah, you can see pixely person, not so pixely screen photo. This 2D pixely art style might very well be in direct contrast from what a photography game should be. In a lot of ways, this feels like you're attempting to make something like a Pokemon Snap without having the visual arts talent or the team to animate the environments and the photos. And environments would definitely play a big role here. It looks mostly like you're just walking around a somewhat old looking Japanese town, hardly Tokyo. It doesn't look like it. And I'd say this thumbnail here of this lady just doesn't feel like it's in line with the character. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's the same character because of the pixeliness compared to that depiction. So I can see some slight red flags on that game. But I'll still make a short around it, assuming I make shorts. I don't have to say that every time, do I? We already talked about Lollipop Chainsaw being called Lollipop Chainsaw Repop and being delayed to the summer of 2023. By the way, this is her zombie boyfriend whose head gets chopped off at the beginning of the game, and she just carries him on her belt throughout the rest of the game, and he actually does have a different gameplay mechanic that you play as him for a brief time. Ys 10 Nordics has an action introduction trailer on Gamatsu if you want to check this out. Shinobi no Grata has added an Xbox One version. It's due out August 17th alongside the PlayStation 4 and Switch versions. This looks like a old NES game. I think we probably have already made a short on it. Everything that's on the fall list is on the fall list going forward as a marker that I've already made a YouTube short on it. I don't want to make the same short twice. Let's see. Savant Ascent Remix launches September 15th for PC and later in 2023 for consoles, iOS, and Android. It was formerly titled Anniversary Edition. Let's see. This is a platforming bullet hell shooter game from the looks of it. Although I'm not sure I'd really call it a, well, I guess it is a platforming bullet hell shooter now that I see it actually in play. That's one of the things too, is certainly I don't have time to watch every trailer of every game, and you can get a very, very different experience looking at the trailers than what you can looking at the screenshots. Yeah. That's an interesting thought of a concept, to have a platformer person jump and still have to have the bullet hell shooter element, instead of most bullet hell shooters being a character in a plane that can just freely fly around on the screen. Let's see, Corpse Party 2 Darkness Distortion has been announced. I feel like there already was a game called Corpse Party 2, so this probably is a spin-off. Yeah, it's a brand new entry in the horror game series Corpse Party that will launch in 2024 in Japan. Platforms have not been announced. The Corpse Party series originally was a horror RPG Maker style series, I think, and yet it was super successful even in that limited 8-bit RPG Maker visual style, enough to make a lot of sequels that still seem to sell well enough that we're getting a now spin-off new part of the series. Corpse Party as a series, probably not anywhere as popular in the West as it is in Japan and in the East, but it is. Most of the Corpse Party games, if not all of them so far, are on Steam, and does sell more than you would think. A game called Perish is coming to the PS4 and PS5 and the Xbox One and the Xbox Series. A release date has not been announced, but Gamatsu does do us this great favor of letting us have a link directly to the Steam pages, so we can look at it a little bit more. In a lot of ways, this feels like this is a modern take, and I don't know why it's already mixed. I guess you can just already buy it. Is this potentially a modern take on what something like Doom would be, or Quake would be? Although, noticeably, it is mixed reviewed, so it's not getting a lot of reception. One thing I can see with this whole visuals, though, is it does feel like they're going a different direction as far as the enemies and the weapons, and it doesn't just feel like a generic shoot the zombie type game or fire the standard shotgun type game. But that doesn't inherently mean it's very polished as an experience. It first launched on Steam in February 2nd, and now it's coming to consoles. But yeah, first time I've seen it, or I've seen it and then I made a short on it and then I took it off the following list because it was reviewed in a mixed reviewed way. Which arguably, if I am going to do some level of curation on the shorts, I probably should not bother to make another short on something that's mixed reviewed. They've already had that first impression, so I'm going to skip making a short on that. Recreation has a THQ Nordic Digital Showcase 2023 trailer. Recreation, I assume, is a open world arcade racing game, I guess. Yeah. If you want to check out this video on Gamatsu, well, we have about 10 more Gamatsu articles. The good news is GameDeveloper.com articles usually only have 3 to 6 per stream, and so far I'm still planning on streaming every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Of course, that could change too. The South Park Snow Day has been announced for PS5 and Xbox Series and Switch and PC. And Outcast: A New Beginning. Welcome to Adelpha. Trailer and screenshots are available. Outcast, the number 2, has been dropped from the title. This would have been called Outcast 2 before. Outcast 1 is a very old game at this point, so it does make a lot of sense to not try to imply you need to play the first Outcast game. And I do think that there is probably a somewhat strong fan base for Outcast 1, but probably not enough to justify the series existing, with the exception that it's a THQ Nordic game, and THQ Nordic and Embracer Group is probably trying to put out as many games as they can. It would make a lot of sense. A like $2 billion contract or deal fell apart between Embracer Group, and so now they've shut down at least one studio, and they're struggling, I assume, to make money and balance out their accounting sheets. Titan Quest 2 has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC, which I recognize the name Titan Quest enough that I would think that Titan Quest 2 would have already existed. But yeah, apparently not. Let's see if we can find a link to a Titan Quest 1. Not easily. I'd have to say open this to this, and then yeah, there is no Titan Quest 1 from this developer, so then I would have to potentially try and highlight the text on Titan Quest and see if I could type it in, or I could just type it in without jumping around. Titan Quest. Must have misspelled Titan. Yeah. There is no Titan Quest 1 from this developer, but we weren't supposed to be searching for that. We're supposed to be searching for this. Yeah. Titan Quest Anniversary Edition came out August 31st in 2016. You can see it's very positive, and I actually own it, surprisingly enough. I don't think I've gotten around to playing it. Definitely it would give me more of a reason to go back and potentially play Titan Quest 1 Anniversary Edition if a Titan Quest 2 sequel has been announced, to try and compare what the large difference there would be between 2016 and 2024 or later. There's also seemingly some spin-off games: Titan Quest Atlantis, Titan Quest Ragnarok, Titan Quest Internal Embers. Some of these not getting reviewed particularly well. And then some of these other games with Titan in the name aren't part of the Titan Quest series. I'll have to do more research and see if these spin-off games are something to pay attention to and potentially add to my follow list. So I'm gonna drag that tab that way, and then turn off the blur. Last Train Home launches in 2023. By the way, before we get to the YouTube follow list cleanup, I have a second part of the blur disabled. By default, there's an auto blur that every time I change the page would blur the page. So so if I do hit an adult content page, it's blurred immediately or as fast as possible, instead of me having to come to the left side of the screen in my first monitor to enable blur, and then move the mouse cursor all the way to the right side of the screen on my second monitor to disable the blur, which is what I'm doing right now. It's just moving the mouse cursor. It's all very complicated and heavily programmed, and I put a lot of work into it to have these custom OBS advanced scene switcher macros running. As far as Last Train Home as a game is probably not one I'm going to particularly care about. Real-time tactics game while you're on a train, or mostly centered around riding a train, which is not really what I thought it would be. It's already on the fall list. It's just getting a closer to an actual release date, although they don't have an actual date that they're mentioning. They're just saying 2023, which could be a very large range of times. But yeah, looking at this, you would have thought that this was just a train simulation game where you're just playing with trains. The fact that there's much more going on, I guess, is highlighted by just the vast number of buttons all around here, and over here, and over here, and over here. That's a lot of buttons for what looks like a train simulator. And if it were a train simulator game, I would not be interested in it, whereas at least I'm a little interested in Last Train Home as a real-time strategy game. Trine 5 has another trailer for couch co-op this time, which that is something that definitely occurred to me, is that if you were playing the Trine series, as I'm currently finishing up playing Trine 2, if I was playing that with another player, it could definitely be a vastly better experience. Certainly could be somewhat frustrating if your co-op player is terrible, but if they're good, you could work together to solve puzzles. You could think out a few puzzles. Puzzles tend not to be that complicated that you actually would have to have two people think out the solutions, and a lot of times it feels like the solutions that I'm finding are just janky solutions, but I'm not really finding the right answer. But the fact that you can get through the puzzles with janky solutions maybe increases your disappointment with the game if you had two people finding janky solutions to puzzles. Now, there is something I'm noticing on the screenshot, and it looks like there are 4 co-op players in a Trine series when there's only 3 characters. So I'm not sure how that would really work. If you, maybe it's a whole separate like co-op thing. I also feel like it's worth pointing out that this is a terribly set up, staged trailer, in that you have a goth girl, the successful black man in the suit, a Gabe Newell fat guy with a scarf over him, so I would assume he's a rich fat guy who potentially inherited it, and then you have the college frat boy archetype. It's just like they picked 4 archetypes of people who would never be in the same room, having them all play in this. It's ridiculous. I kind of hope that it would be a joke overall. I'm not really seeing a lot around the idea of Trine 5 that makes it seem like it's significantly better than even Trine 2. So I definitely feel like I would take my sweet time to decide whether or not I would play Trine 5. I first have to decide whether I want to play Trine 3. So it is just like ridiculous. 4 roommates all playing 4-player co-op. And they are showing you some cutscenes of the actual co-op here. And then here's your fourth character. Eventually got added into it. But there's only 3 playable characters, so you have 2 people playing as the same character twice. This really looks like just the most terrible trailer you could possibly make. And arguably, one of my complaints about Trine 5, and I don't want to get too into the weeds talking about Trine 5, is that there's very distracting, very bright, pretty things often in the foreground or the background of the game, and it just has maybe a little too much polish when the puzzling and the combat encounters, this being a big combat encounter with a large life bar, they, in Trine 2 at least, just didn't feel polished enough. And I feel like if this Trine series had been much closer to the Portal series, in that you have fairly blank, empty rooms with just the squares and the cubes and the portals and the doors, and it would be easier to figure out what you're supposed to do in a lot of puzzles, and you just wouldn't have to perhaps waste a little bit of your budget, a little bit of your employees' focus and time by making very pretty background art that you just will walk by and not interact with in any way. Moving on. Space for Sale, I guess, is a PC game that has been announced. It has a 2023 trailer and screenshots from THQ Nordic. So there was obviously a THQ Nordic presentation. This looks to me like it is a farming game in space with alien creatures. That's about as much as I can really get from it at the moment, and all I really care to get from it. They're calling it a PC simulation game. Almost certainly, I imagine this will get some more promotion, although we'd have to obviously get a release date too, so it's got to get at least a release date announcement. These farming games definitely were a trend. A lot of people making farming games. I'm not sure that many people really wanted to play farming games. It often seems like there are these cycles in gaming where people decide that gamers want X and actually they have no interest in X in the first place. And I feel like Stardew Valley probably got very overhyped as far as a farming game, and people talked about it too much, and that has led to probably a decade plus of people making Stardew Valley clones, trying to find the next big success in a field that is unlikely to really be successful. And the farming aspects of Minecraft do exist, certainly, but I don't know of any Minecraft fan that really loves the farming aspects. I just felt my head and it's burning up. Yeah. Wouldn't that be my luck? YouTube channel gets deleted, then you get sick. Yep. Just when it rains, it pours. Tempest Rising has a limited time demo now available, playable until August 28th. The full game is due out in 2023. If you want to check that out. We have 2 more Famitsu articles. Tempest Rising is some kind of real-time strategy base building game. It looks kind of like what you would try to make if you were going to try to make a Red Alert, Command and Conquer Red Alert in modern times, without being held back by having the actual Command and Conquer name to your title, or having to license Command and Conquer from, I think Microsoft owns it, or Westwood I think may own it, and then Microsoft may own Westwood. I'd have to go back and check. Command and Conquer games, for the most part, I think are available on Steam, already if you wanted to play the old games, but certainly people might want to see remasters or a or new games in the series. Yeah. As far as games types getting quality of life improvements, I would say real-time strategy games have probably evolved the least over many decades that they've existed. Like, you still are pretty much just pointing and clicking and telling a unit to go to a place and do a thing. Whereas it would be really nice if the de facto standard in a real-time strategy game would be to add some kind of artificial intelligence, or not really artificial intelligence, just simple scripting as far as what our character should go from point A to point B to point C in a circle, or whether it should attack based on how much health it has, or whether it should flee. You can, in certainly some real-time strategy games, tell the characters to go into a defensive mode or an attacking mode, but even at that, they tend not to patrol or pathfind very well. You can't. I've never seen a real-time strategy where you control your own pathfinding path and tell them to walk in that circle or in that direction. Although I guess if you overly simplify a real-time strategy game, you eliminate the strategy, and then it probably stops being a good game to play. Once again, though, I would really have to question how much of an audience for real-time strategy games actually exist. Moving on, the Gothic remake has a Welcome to the Old Camp trailer. If you want to check that out, Gothic being an old game that is getting a remake where other THQ or other old games are just getting re-releases or remasters or ports. And then Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. It is going to be an official video game adaptation of the best-selling comic. This is the comic, if I recall correctly, where 3 out of the 4 Ninja Turtles have been killed, and it's dark and gritty. I'm fairly certain that there were rumors that this game was going to be made and announced somewhere around 4 or 5 months ago. Which, yeah, it kind of makes sense. Ninja Turtles is now owned by Nickelodeon, who also now own Garfield and several other things that they originally created. And Nickelodeon definitely seems like they are willing to use those licenses to make new movies around the Ninja Turtles and make new games, and they're really going to use the properties that they've acquired. I doubt Nickelodeon in itself could make a Disney Plus streaming service that would really compete, but they could certainly try something like that, and they definitely seem like they want to have more Nickelodeon video games once again. And I guess the real question would just come down to, do kids know about Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin, or is it a bunch of 40 and 50-year-olds that know about The Last Ronin that would play this game? It's probably 40 and 50 years old. Kids these days may not really know anything about Ninja Turtles or care about it, because there's so many Disney Plus streaming services, Netflix streaming services that have other kinds of cartoons that kids' parents might be nostalgic for are not the cartoons that the kids themselves are going to want to watch or care about. Anyways, then that brings us to GameDeveloper.com. Interstitial here. It's based out of San Francisco, USA, but its parent company is Informa, which is UK based. It has a heavy industrial focus, inside baseball, business focus, and some often has exclusive stories, not so much lately. User content and advertisements often get labeled as editorials instead of being better labeled as sponsored content or commercials or ads. They constantly try to promote their sister company GDC as news, and it is by far the most opinionated and agenda biased of my three news sources. They are very, I would say SJWE is probably the best way to do it. Fairly pro-union, which is not inherently SJWE, but a lot of what they post is just posts that really isn't going to affect anything, and it's armchair politics versus them potentially donating to actual charities that would actually accomplish something, or them pushing ways of thinking or agendas that would actually accomplish things. There's a big difference between like a SJW in my mind that would promote that video game characters like Lara Croft should be covered up and her cleavage should be reduced, versus actual liberal or progressive people who would promote that the women inside of the companies that make Tomb Raider should be paid the same amount of money and given the same amount of workload and treated equally. One affects real world women, whereas the other are just tweets and posts and comments that people put online about fictional characters, which does very little. If anything, it dangerously gets close to promoting the idea that women can't dress the way they want to dress in fictional stories, and that thus real people watching those fictional stories are getting the message that they can't dress the way they want to dress. Because particularly in the example of Lara Croft, I haven't played anything other than the most recent reboot series, but at no point did Lara Croft in any iteration come off as a person who felt like she was dressing a way to in any way please a man or please someone else at all. It definitely felt like it was her decision to dress the way she always dressed, and she came off as a very empowered character in every instance that I can think of her, or I've seen her in. So that's the setup. Now, GameDeveloper.com here has changed their webpage and probably messed up my macro because of it. As far as the WordPress thing, no longer does it have a page 1, a page 2, a page 3. Instead, they've updated it to an infinite scroll with a back to the top button. Which, by the way, I also am using uBlock Origin to block a lot of the content that is not relevant to what I'm talking about for better fair use arguments. But yeah, I'm going to have to potentially rewrite my macro that opens all the news articles for me before I stream, to adjust for the fact that this is just now scrolling down further and further, instead of having 10 pages and then you click page 2, then 10 pages, then you click page 3. Infinite scroll is more convenient for people, certainly not as convenient for people who have already written code for a macro to run. So for GameDeveloper.com articles today, we have Overwatch 2 entering Steam as a review-bombed top seller, which they too are using the phrase review bombed, which it's an unfair phrase, because if 100% of people say the game is negative, you can still throw the accusation of a review bombing. If 5% of people are reviewing a game negatively and 95% review it positively, you can still throw the argument that it's being review bombed. Which, yeah, there really needs to be more of a coordinated effort that is provable before somebody uses the phrase review bombed. And even in the initial instance in which Steam introduced the idea that some games are getting review bombed, and they opened a can of worms, they opened Pandora's box by using that phrase and creating that phrase in the minds of a lot of game developers and journalists, video game journalists. Even in that initial instance, you really couldn't even prove that there was a coordinated effort as much as you would have liked them to prove it anyways, because the initial game that was review bombed was a game called Devotion from Red Candle Games that an artist, assumedly without permission of the other makers, the publisher or the developers of the game, snuck in some insults of the Chinese president. And then it seemed to me like either it was a coordinated effort from the Chinese government to review bomb and destroy the game, or it may very well have just been a lot of patriotic, some would argue brainwashed Chinese citizens who review bombed it on their own individual reason. Part of the whole problem with the social credit score idea is that it would lead people to thinking that if they white knighted the president of China and they were in China, that they might get a better social credit score for posting negative reviews. But yeah, even at that point though, Steam had already implemented rules where they were highlighting games that were purchased on Steam in their reviews. So even the people that were review bombing Devotion didn't actually, I mean, they were still buying the game. They were still willing to put their money where their mouth was. And I don't know if Steam would remove somebody's review if you refunded the game. No, it won't. It literally says product refunded if you refund the game. So it doesn't remove the reviews at that point either. But yeah, there was that. With Devotion, there was basically a small geopolitical incident there that didn't really escalate. Devotion eventually just was removed from sale completely from Steam and can now only be purchased from Red Candle Games' own website. But yeah, it has left ripples as far as the gaming world, in that now every mainstream video game journalist calls every game that is reviewed negatively being review bombed, which is not the right phrase, and it is definitely some yellow journalists that you're using the phrase bombed instead of negatively reviewed, more neutral terms. Overwatch 2 enters Steam as a mostly negative reviewed top seller would be the most accurate way, or highly negatively reviewed top seller. And then you get into the point here where even if you are going to try and read for context, particularly at GameDeveloper.com, they tend to only really bother to put 2 or 3 paragraphs on most stories, and then if they're really excited on a story, they'll maybe make a page and a half of content. But then often it will veer off into talking about something completely different and trying to link you to other articles, or trying to link the current news that is actual news into something that was talked about months ago that is no longer really newsworthy. Yeah, trying to skim all of this without actually reading it. There's nothing here talking about the actual quality of Overwatch 2, or in any way trying to deep dive and give more context as to why it would be negatively reviewed. So reading this article is basically pointless. And that is often the problem with GameDeveloper.com, is that sometimes they will have some nice news stories you haven't heard about, but then often you have to filter through a lot of garbage too. We already talked about Roblox using itself to interview future hires, Rockstar acquiring the roleplay team CFX.RE, Star Wars The Old Republic's going to move to the cloud servers to ensure its health, according to BioWare, the online servers. Sadly, not the city of the Cloud Republic. But yeah, I suppose if you've got an MMO, it does make a lot of sense that it would be on a cloud server. having dedicated servers run potentially by fans or even being run by BioWare themselves does feel like you're having a single point of failure. But yeah, it does definitely feel like some games jump to the cloud and then jump away from the cloud and say, we're giving you dedicated servers because those are better than cloud servers, which I'm not sure if cloud servers and dedicated servers are really any different versus local servers run by fans. Maybe that's a difference there. I don't play Star Wars The Old Republic, but I imagine there's enough of a fan base still playing it since it's such an old game that if they screw this up, we will definitely hear about it in the next few days or whenever it happens. Here we have Ultagram apologizing for failing to credit the Baldur's Gate 3 translators. They described the situation as, quote, unfortunate and frustrating, and have pledged to update the game's credits. Ultagram being the game localization company. Apparently they have a link to the lengthy apology if you want to read all of it. They're not covering it all. But yeah, a promise to fix it and an apology is definitely the first step. If they do fix it, this probably won't be a story a month from now, and it almost certainly is not really convincing anybody to not purchase Baldur's Gate 3. It is, I guess, somewhat reassuring to see that nobody has pushed the idea of canceling Baldur's Gate 3 in cancel culture or boycotting it just because of the credits being bad, or just in general an effort to cancel Baldur's Gate 3. There's been no real large legitimate efforts on that point so that it would just not sell as much, because it is definitely, whether it wants to or not, setting a new precedent on the quality of games and the length of games, and there is going to be higher demands and desires from gamers after they've played Baldur's Gate 3, as far as not having microtransactions, not having monetization garbage, and in general just having a level of polish. I kind of hope it also raises the level of the acceptable amount of adult content in a for mature game, instead of for mature just being the de facto standard for all games, and most for mature games not really being that mature as far as just love, sex, romance, and things like that. But even gore and violence are not very common in a lot of for mature games. There's violence certainly, but it's almost cartoony and unrealistic. We had the same problem with like rated R movies these days, is that they're increasingly getting dumbed down. Yep, I guess that's all I have to say, so we'll move on. We talked about how Keith David is going to be the new voice in Destiny 2's Zavala. And then we talked about how Telltale acquires Erica developer Flavorworks. By the way, I have another plugin that lets me click the middle mouse button that closes a tab on Firefox. So that's how I'm switching without having to move the mouse all the way to the top and clicking the little X on it. Apparently, Overwatch 2 developers were blind to what players wanted in the sequel. Overwatch 2's director Aaron Keller shines more light on the major directional shift the game has taken since it was first announced. At a certain level, yes, you have to survey your players and be on the same page as to what your players actually want and take some feedback. If anything, they can say they were blind all they want, but they were blind because they stuck their heads in the ground and didn't listen to feedback. Like, there has never been a situation that I can recall where game developers ran surveys and asked the players what they wanted, and then went and made something completely different, and then the players were super happy with that something completely different. Most game players don't want much of anything. We want small incremental differences So we would have wanted in Overwatch 2 everything that's in Overwatch 1 with a small incremental improvements, new characters that felt a lot like the old characters but had slightly different skill sets, and that's about it. Just Overwatch 1 but more, a little bit of polish. You don't want to have Overwatch 2 missing content compared to the first game. You don't want the first game to be shut down so you have to play the sequel, and you don't want Overwatch 2 to be a completely different experience. That is the problem with Trine 3, is that the Trine series in Trine 1 and Trine 2 was a 2D, 2.5D side-scrolling platformer. Trine 3 is a 3D open-world platforming game, completely changing the perspective and the visuals there. That's just not going to work. Trine 3 needed to look like Trine 2, slightly improved in the visuals at best. If they wanted to make a 3D game, they should have made it a spin-off, or they should have called it a reboot. If you tell us it's a reboot, we're willing to accept a lot more, but if it has a number at the end that is the sequel to something else, we want it to feel like the previous game in that series, so for the most part. But yeah, we are definitely open to the idea of remakes totally changing things. We're totally open to the idea of spin-off games changing things fairly frequently. But yeah, gamers in general are not open to having ideas or changes shoved down their throat. There are also definitely exceptions, though, that the Saints Row reboot was a reboot, but even at that, it was too far of a change with all new characters that felt completely different in an all new environment. It felt like a completely different game at that point. Arguably, if the Saints Row reboot had just been sold as a spin-off of the original Saints Row, and all the characters from the original Saints Row games were showing up and handing over the reins to a new generation of people, we might have bought more into it. Although the Saints Row reboot as a game in general was just awful, so nothing really would have made that succeed. A lot of people did embrace the Tomb Raider reboot, the most recent Tomb Raider reboot, even though it drastically changed the visuals and fairly largely changed the gameplay mechanics in the first Tomb Raider reboot game, in that there weren't very many tombs. But we definitely were willing to do that first game. We lost interest as they continued to do the same thing in the next two sequels, but even at that, nobody absolutely review bombed and hated, or at least now they don't review bomb and hate Tomb Raider. Moving on. So this is the Steam follow list cleanup. I put games on the follow list for a couple of reasons now. For later evaluation in general, it's an overall impression of the game that I spend less than a few seconds looking at. I run through several criteria. Games with less than 30 reviews after 6 months or so are just deemed irrelevant in my opinion. Like, if less than 30 people on Steam have reviewed the game, then it's never going to be big enough for a small time content creator like me to highlight it or bother with it. And there's just a high chance that the game is bad. Games that are in early access after about 6 months are roughly considered unfinished and just abandoned. I probably should raise that to closer to 2 or 3 years now because of the pandemic in part, but also because we've just seen a lot of games that have been in early access for a fairly long amount of time. Although it's not a big problem really if something is in early access after 6 months and gets removed from the fall list, which is the main goal, is to just clean up and remove things from the fall list or put them on the wish list if they're good enough. And yeah, I very possibly, if something had been in early access for 3 years and come out, I would still probably see it. I try very hard to see every single game. Games that were reviewed poorly are just considered unliked and obviously don't go to the wish list. And then games that I approve, if they don't get rejected for any of those reasons, are added to the wish list. Warning, may contain adult content. And with that, that's where the auto blur comes in, which also blurs the text. So when I click now on the tab, the auto blur has been enabled. This is my follow list on Steam. I can show that off fairly well. And I have a macro that just opens about 5 to 10 games in alphabetical order, and we look at them and evaluate them, just so there's always a consistent amount of progress happening as far as removing things from the follow list. Although now that I am using the follow list, here's the first game, also as a way of marking whether or not I've made a YouTube short on a game, that creates the situation where there's just going to be an increased number of games that really look nowhere close to something I would actually want to play and put on the wish list. And anything I put on the wish list is good enough for somebody to potentially friend me on Steam and gift me, and I would actually play it at that point, but it's not inherently a game that's good enough that I would personally spend money on and want to cover and play. Yeah. You get a lot of these horror games, like In the Dark here. This was released July 5th, and I could almost certainly say no to this just because of this screenshot here alone, where a lot of horror games look a lot better than this. A lot of horror games have what I call dark screenshot syndrome, where there is significant portions of the screen that are very dark. I wouldn't even really complain too much about the darkness in this one. I'm mostly complaining about just the textures and the polish here. Interestingly, this developer, the Very Big Fish Games, is almost certainly trying to create some name confusion with another company called Big Fish Games that mostly releases hidden object games on their own website and then on a semi-regular basis on Steam too. So this one can leave the follow list and go. Some games I will definitely just choose not to make a decision on, although if it's something from like 2021, it makes a harder argument to not make a decision. Inkslinker here has nothing on it that would make me want to put it on the wish list. It looks like it's a text-based game. It doesn't have the 30 reviews from 2021. It is positive, so the people that did play it did like it. It's just not really relevant at that point, though. Not enough people played it. So that's going away. Then sometimes the same page opens twice. Next is an adult game, and this is where the auto blur kicks in, and this is how I was covering adult games on Steam. It's a game called Inheritance Ladina's Path, and I can describe the animation as a very nicely depicted 3D model of a lady. She looks like she might be kind of Native American or Viking-esque. An actual game here almost looks like a real game, but it really isn't. It is an asset flip game, and some of the screenshots really betray that. The game itself is in early access since November 26th of 2022, and it claims to have English full audio. It weirdly has a nude mod expansion pack for $4.99, which implies to me that you actually don't get any of the nudity that they're showing in the screenshots unless you pay another $5 on a game that is free to play to start with, in early access. What happened there? What in the world just happened? Okay, well, the tabs jumped around, and that's going to be a problem. I'm going to have to scroll back and figure out where I was. It probably isn't as difficult as it seems, though. Come on. Never had this happen before. Okay, I think I've scrolled back enough to figure it out. Here we go. Yep. So yeah, I can definitely see why Inheritance, Ladina's Path. What in the world is going on? It jumped again. Would like maybe I do have somebody who's hijacked my mouse or something. I don't know what the deal there would be. But yeah, I can definitely see the idea of that game looking good enough to be on the fall list, but now that there's some reviews there, I can tell it's not actually worthy of quality, and that is a big problem with a lot of the adult section games. Hopefully this doesn't start jumping all over the place again. But yeah, a lot of adult games are just not polished, and we really are at the infancy of the idea of adult, mostly sex games on PC having any level of quality. When yeah, and I guess the same is kind of true for porn in general, is that it's never very good quality. This game Inhabit isn't knocking my socks off, but I'll give it a little bit more time, and just so I don't have to make a decision now. Whereas Infinite Stratus Strash Dragon Quest The Adventures of Dai is not even out yet, so it definitely needs more time on the follow list. This one just came out, Infinium Vitas, which I could probably say no to it now, but it came out July 1st, and I guess the question is, would I end up making a YouTube short on this accidentally a second time? I don't think so. So we'll get rid of that. Yeah, and then we have Infinite versus 3D Mugen, which very possibly is not from the creators of Mugen, which is a fighting game. Regardless, it's from 2021, and it has only 53 reviews, and it's mixed reviews at that, so that goes away too. The vast majority of games on the fall list actually will just never make it past that point. Infected Prison here looks a little bit better than that horror game, but very noticeably there's not a consistency amongst the screenshots, and the screenshots don't really seem to imply much of a gameplay game experience, which I can tell probably is the case because it's also a VR game. And for the most part, if a VR game was relevant and had 30 reviews and was reviewed positively, I would still leave it on the follow list, because there's a almost zero chance that I'd ever actually spend the money to buy a VR headset, and I have no idea how I would record VR, if the games actually ever did get good, or if I could even just stand up and walk around in VR while recording and not get winded and like have to sit down. Next, we have another game that's not quite out yet, in Inescapable No Rules, No Rescue. We're keeping an eye on this one because this might be a interesting, weird Japanese game, a la something like Danganronpa, even though it's not from the makers of Danganronpa. But it also might just be a disappointment. And then we have Industries of Titan, which is mostly negative as a resource management real-time strategy game, which those aren't really my styles of games anyways. Resource management games in particular, not something I want to play. Space games where you fly around and shoot into space are not things I really want to play either. And then still not really sure what it is about my macro, but this does seem to happen fairly common, where the same tab will get opened twice, which is very weird because I have a plugin that's supposed to stop that from happening. If anything, it feels like there are times when the Steam listings of new games that have come out may just list the same game twice. But regardless, I had put into place protections that seem not to work. And then, once again, I don't know what's going on. Let me see. Check something, I guess. Like, if my macro was somehow running, which it isn't, that might explain it. Otherwise, the only thing that potentially would explain it is that something else is running, sending keystrokes, or my keyboard is dying, or the tab is crashing. I would be willing to believe the tab is crashing. Firefox is just crashing. I guess what I could do. No, I really shouldn't do that. I shouldn't hit like Control Alt Delete and open up the task manager. Alright, I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna open the task manager and see if there's something I can tell. Although the task manager itself has been made kind of terrible because it highlights applications, and I have only like 8 applications open on my computer at all. And then services are hidden under the second category. What is this? Game Bar Presence Rider. System 32. I have no idea what this is. But I suspect it's probably something to do with Xbox One PC. Well, in that task. It may very well have something to do with, though, Steam also. Game overlay for Steam. Yeah, it's almost impossible it's so incredibly easy for you to have so many things running on your PC at any time that if something was sneaking an extra process in there, you would just never find what the deal is. Well, let's see if maybe that fixed it. Whatever. Indoor Lands as is a simulator. Yeah. And yeah, I feel like it's the pages that are crashing it. Really. It's either that or my keyboard is dying. Let me try something here. I will just flip the switch on my keyboard. And then I have to do everything now with my mouse, which is fine. Pretty much everything I was doing was with the mouse anyways. But it could be the tab crashing too. Or Firefox being weird. Once again, just when it rains it pours. No, it's jumping and I don't get it. I don't get it. It's got to be pressing some kind of keys or something. Alright, well, Indoor Lands is going to be a no. That brings us to all the new games on Steam. Which there's a lot of stuff, certainly. Games are quickly going to be evaluated to add to the fall list. Any game of interest is made into YouTube Shorts or Shorts in general. I need to probably rephrase that. Evaluations are based on my opinion, based on first impression. Games with generic or mismatched visuals are generally described as asset flips. Games with generic 8 or 16-bit RPG visuals are generally described as RPG Maker style, or I just say RPG Maker, even though if they really aren't made with RPG Maker. Games with dark screenshots have what I call dark screenshot syndrome. Games with 2D bright colorful palettes, 2D characters and bright colorful palettes are generally described as anime style. Under that you have the kawaii anime style, which are short and anatomically inaccurate a little bit, versus the moe anime style, where characters are even shorter and more anatomically inaccurate in the sense that they have big heads, small necks, giant eyes, things like that. Chibi characters are even shorter and even more anatomically inaccurate, and chibi characters generally have giant heads and barely any body at all. Games with a 3D CGI characters that have natural color palettes, and this is often used to describe adult games and how the characters, the ladies in the adult games or the guys in the adult games look, are considered realistic style. I don't use that phrase as much. Hentai games, in case you don't know what hentai is, are of a heavy sexual nature, typically in an anime style, although Steam also very much wants them to usually look even anatomically accurate and taller than even the kawaii style, so you actually get usually maybe a little bit of kawaii at most. You never get anything that's moe or chibi in the adult section. Steam has a real focus on not having any kind of nudity, even if it is just incidental public bathing in Japan, for moe style characters or characters that in any way might be perceived as underage. Which, yeah, there's definitely big rants around that can be had, but for time's sake we won't get into them. And inherently it is just a different list on Steam that my macro goes through and opens all the new games that have come out since the last time my macro ran. Of course, it's not super helpful when all these pages are not loading in any of the screenshots. And yeah, there is an inherently large amount of games that will be released on Steam, like Higher or Black, which is some weird card game apparently, but you can see it's pretty low effort on the visuals, not a lot of polish there, so obviously that's not good enough to be put on the follow list, which is the only thing I would do to it. I suppose if I found something particularly annoying, I might ignore it, but I try not to do that too much. It's a shame you can't have multiple follow lists or even multiple wish lists. Otherwise, I would sort games a lot differently. And again, two of the same tabs. I suspect that might be what's happening here. Let me see if I can fix that. If it is a case of the duplicate tab options, I could potentially find that if I can zoom in. Yeah, I have another thing I can do. I have so many things that do so many things. I can find the extension that stops duplicate tabs and then disable it. That might be it. Let's see. Manage extension, disable. Because it could be the problem. Certainly. Now I just need to figure out where I was. Okay, I guess we'll start here. We have a game called Armed Farm, which doesn't look like anything, so we'll say no to that. Yep. We have what looks like a rhythm game, or a game where you're just going backwards and forwards between 3 lanes. Yep. Seems like there's a musical element to this, but doesn't really seem like much of a game. Yeah, and if we've got like the same tabs opening twice in a row, that could explain a lot of problems there. Here we have an RPG Maker game called The Last Seal, which is as unimpressive as any other RPG Maker game, and you look at this very generic background and it gives me the impression that they either licensed or downloaded these characters from the internet, and they aren't bespoke custom character art. Even if they were bespoke custom character art, they probably aren't that interesting. This Project Terminus looks like it might be good enough as a VR game. Here we have a game called Jack Holmes, Master of Puppets. Theoretically, if I kept on hitting reload on all of these tabs, if it is a case that there's like 100 tabs that are all trying to download at the same time, as I start to fix that problem, it could be fixed. Now the problem with this is it's a prologue. I can show it, sorry. So I really don't have anything to do with prologues, because prologues are just the newest word they use to say demo without just calling it a demo, and they weirdly have their own Steam pages, which seems redundant to have a Steam page for a prologue instead of just having the main game listed and saying here's your prologue, here's your demo. Steam once again encouraged the use of the phrase prologue and people embraced it, even though I don't know if it really has improved any amounts of downloads or wish lists, which is all you're really going for with the prologue. I have not seen maybe but 2 or 3 prologue games that actually cost money. Next we have a game called Dungeon 100, which looks like it's a Diablo type clone, but I do see that it's very positive, so I'll give it a chance. And then we have something called Breaking Box. Obviously it's incredibly more difficult to go through these pages when they're not loaded than it is if they are loaded, and you can see the thumbnail and you can see all the images. Yep, I did need to rewrite my macro for this, and when I do, I will make much more of an effort to make sure that images actually load before it moves on. I'm not going to do anything with Breaking Box. And then I also have recently zoomed out so that I can see the bar for the adult content section. Although as soon as I did zoom out to see if a game was in the adult content section, like this game, Little Dull Green, there was a significant increase in people making adult games that they weren't labeling as adult games, so they wouldn't have the bar. This would be an example of a page to try and translate, where it's now telling me it's called Bell Collection Nameless Hill, which is probably direct translations of, Bell Collection Nameless Hill. Those are almost certainly direct translations of the Japanese, whereas some of these translations here, if those are being translated, they're probably a little bit better. Here they're calling it Suzushu Nameless Hill. Then the publisher name is getting retranslated to Lucky Return to Susan, which that is definitely going to be a problem, certainly if you do try to translate things, in that the translation can be very, very off, or it could be very literal translations which potentially don't mean much to you. In this case, this listing is still supporting English in the description of what it is. I can tell it's a shoot 'em up game, so translating this is only moderately helpful. It's not super helpful, and yeah, I'm not super interested in shoot 'em up games, and I think it's probably fine to not make a YouTube short on the shoot 'em up game also. And this is the same tab. It really is just every tab backwards and forwards. It's open twice. Alchemist the Garden probably isn't anything. It's probably a walking simulator if I was to guess. Like, I don't think, even if I just kept on reloading, that I would actually get everything to reload. I got the thumbnail to reload this time. But yeah, we'll say no to this. Hey, wait a minute, there we've got a shift. We have a full page that seems like it's mostly loaded now. We can see the screenshots, smaller versions at the bottom. Still gonna say no to that game though. I might have changed the settings on this So the next game is called Joy Life, and it looks to me like it is probably an adult game. It does have a free adult patch, which adult patches definitely should be free. It supports English, then Chinese, then Russian, then Japanese, and the order of the languages they list tend to make me assume that it's prioritized in that way for a reason. So I'd assume that this is a Chinese adult game. Problem with the Chinese adult games is that they are not very polished like any other Chinese games, and they tend to give the implication that you'll see a lot of nudity, but often don't actually have any nudity in them at all. Like, this is kind of a great example. The actual game here is to match different cards, but then they're using a 3D CGI Chinese looking lady, I guess, to try and sell what is effectively a low effort garbage game. And yet, unlike a real adult game that would be in the adult section, they're not actually showing any skin here. Like, literally there is some skin showing, but in these selections may be the entirety of what you see. It's just 5 to 10 static images. $2.79 is the price. I don't think really at that price though it's even worth it then. Next we have a tower defense game, which I mostly ignore tower defense games, called Last Hit Defense. It does kind of feel like it's a mobile game that might have a lot more going for it than you would first think, but overall it still is very unappealing to my eye. Then we have a game called Lost Oath, which I do think we're starting to finally get to this point. This may also just be a problem of not enough delay as far as tabs being opened. I was increasing the amount of time to let each tab open and fully load, but I may not give it enough. Lost Oath feels like it's trying to be a Castlevania clone. They're describing it as a Souls-like platformer with roguelike elements, which is far too little of a description that you really should have for your game. You should tell me the character's name, their goals, their motivations. This is them giving you an excuse as to why the game looks bad, saying it's a former school project completely remade 2 years later by a bored 17-year-old, so still not really being made by an adult programmer who might have the skill for it. If this was a student project on itch.io, I'd say it looks great, but you're trying to sell it as a commercial product for 99 cents, and Steam is a marketplace for commercial products, not student projects. In particular, if you were going to list a student project as Full Sail University sometimes lists their students and colleges projects on Steam, or Digipin sometimes lists their students' college projects. Both of those are video game colleges. When they list it, I'm pretty sure that the colleges themselves are paying the $100 Steam Direct fee to list the game, and then they are listing the game for free. They're not trying to actually make any money off of it as a way of potentially having students build up their resume. Even at that, though, it doesn't work particularly good. It would be nice if there was a student project or small project section on Steam to highlight these types of games, but the Steam recommendation algorithm really is just going to ignore almost all new games in favor of AAA games that get played by way more people. There is probably somewhere around 30 to 300,000 games on Steam, and you would struggle to really work to see even 10,000 of them, because the storefront is just not designed to actually highlight things that are irrelevant. It does a perhaps too good of a job there in a lot of ways. Let's see, next we have a game called War of Being, which single player VR sci-fi with standard mode playability based on the music and the concept for Tesseract's 2023 full-length album. So this is the game, and it does run both in standard and VR mode, but it is $5.99 too, so you better be a fan of Tesseract as far as this unlocking a new single. And the single, I guess, is probably directly in the game and not DLC. So Steam does have this whole soundtracks element where you can listen to soundtracks of music that you've collected, but Steam really hasn't focused on that as an idea, and it's not very well implemented, integrated into Steam. Steam is definitely first and foremost a video game marketplace, not a soundtrack or video game music soundplace. If anything, Valve would probably do fairly well to just give a free copy on Spotify to people who buy the video games. And soundtracks as a value add instead of soundtracks being extra DLC to buy should be the standard, and it really isn't, unfortunately. Okay, next we have a adult game called Hentai Abigail, which is a 2D colorful anime lady, older lady, getting assaulted by some tentacles and dressed up as a succubus in a slide puzzle game. It looks to me like there's about 10 slide puzzles in total in the game, and it's selling for 74 cents. It claims to support 29 languages, but the truth of it is usually when it says it supports more than 4 or 5 languages, it probably barely has any text in it in the first place. It has 10 levels and 10 achievements. Very simplistic, making it very difficult to purchase even at 74 cents if you were interested. I wouldn't particularly say the lady is my type of character or that the images are particularly interesting. She's the tall girl with glasses stereotype, if that catches your attention. Even at that, though, it still would be a difficult sell at 74 cents. Next, we have another adult game called Sex Story Cuckold Life Episode 2. That is another problem with these, particularly the 3D CGI realistic style of adult games, is that they break them up into episodes. They also give off the impression, when you're looking at these static screenshots, that there's a lot more animation and motion in the pictures, when a lot of times it isn't. A lot of times it is a pre-rendered 3D CGI scene or pose, and that is that. There is no motion on it. Yeah, the game itself is $2.09, and this time it only supports English. And yeah, it seems like there really is maybe 3 characters at most in the story, and that this could be anywhere from like 20 minutes long, 10 minutes long, to 2 hours long. I doubt much longer. And inherently that is the problem with a lot of these adult visual novel style games, is that they just don't feel like they're worth the effort and the money when you can just go to a porn site for free. Here we have a game called Bird Ball, and the tab is actually loaded all the way up, which means I may finally be at a point where I'm not running into that problem. And that would tell me that I just need to add a small amount of delay when tabs open, that I don't need to like double or triple the amount of delay, which would make the whole macro overall take longer. Bird ball is soccer with ducks and running around and doing other things on a playground. It is single player or online PvP. I'm willing to give this a chance just to see how users review it. I try to heavily lean on mob rule and all of that, and just have what the general populace feels about a game color my own focus. Next, we have a game called World Soccer Pinball, which looks like one of these very simplistic pinball games that arguably is just not complicated enough for me to be interested in it. There are better soccer simulators out there, despite the fact that Zen Pinball does have some major problems around it too. Pinball Arcade, I guess, is slightly problematic in what they offer now. They don't have a lot of licenses anymore. They used to, and they used to do a much better job simulating than Zen Pinball did. But yeah, you're talking 4th tier, 5th tier quality as far as World Soccer Pinball here. I have to say no, even as a fan of pinball. Here's another example of a game that I potentially would want to translate. It says English language not supported, and it's a prologue, and it's Korean only. So at best, I click this, and this will show me how well it translates Korean. Apparently this is called People of the Taibak Family Prologue, who will claim the legacy. Sorry, this game is not available in English. Korean only. Well, just skimming the translation here, it seems to me like it's doing a pretty great job. And I'm pretty sure this is just Google Translate anyways, and I think Google Translate is pretty good in general around translating things. This part was in English. The rest of this was not. So overall, though, we also know it's just a visual novel. The animation doesn't look terrible, but nothing particularly special there. Next we have what looks like garbage. It's a shame how many garbage games come out on Steam like this that you just immediately have to dismiss and say, yeah, why are you even wasting my time with this? And then that leaves me spending the 1,000 words, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, to describe the adult content because I can't show it. And it really just pushes me to describe the adult games completely, or I have to pull the trigger and stop looking at adult games altogether, and then I'm just talking about garbage games. Wild Tracks Racing here I'll give a chance to. It very easily is nothing though. Metal March here is already on my follow list, so I think I probably already made a short on it, but just because it has been released now out of perhaps an early access or an announcement doesn't really allow me to make any real different decision here. It would have to have 30 user reviews, and even at that, 30 user reviews for a game that just came out may not be enough to satisfy me to say no to it and remove it from the follow list. So this one just stays on the follow list for later evaluation. Here we have something called Calculator the Game, which looks like it's a puzzle game where you're trying to get to a specific solution with limited number of inputs. Which that's an interesting thought, certainly, as far as just only a few buttons work and you would have to do some math. It would be like the math games in a British TV show called Countdown, where all you can do is use the numbers that have been given to you, 6 numbers, and then you have to figure out whether you're going to add, subtract, divide, or multiply to get to a target number. And for the most part, it's a 3-digit target number between 100 and 999, and the numbers that they offer you are good enough numbers that you can get the answer almost always, if you can figure out all the math tricks. It's going to heavily rely, though, on have you memorized all the times table between 1 and I think 10, and then 25, 50, 75, 100. You have to know the divisions, the tables, the times tables, and if you haven't memorized that, you're not going to have enough time in Countdown to solve the math conundrums. And even if you do, there's a decent chance you won't be able to solve it. This is, as a puzzle game, going to be more simple than that and not timed, I'm sure. Let's see. Let me double check to make sure this next game is family friendly, because some of these games, when they have the anime art style, it is sometimes questionable. So we have a game called Truth of Beauty, which Marine's Treasure Ship, which they say is an action-adventure side-scrolling game, but to me it looks like it's a visual novel with a pretty different art style here in this cutscene, and pretty different art style here. I guess maybe what it is it's not a side-scroller in the sense that you're shooting ships or jumping and platforming side to side, but you're just walking left to right in kind of a point-and-click adventure style. And so this looks like this is one of these Asian horror games. Really is not showing a lot, though. Although weirdly, it is actually very positive and has 21 reviews already. So I guess I'll say yes to that. Leave that on the follow list. It's English and Japanese, and weird Japanese stories are fairly common. Next we have a game called Fallen Guns, which looks like just a not very polished top-down twin-stick shooter game. We can reject that quickly. I still am getting duplicates, but I am not having the loading problems as much. Numbers and letters. Looks like it's an attempt at a kids game. Unfortunately, the problem is almost all kids games are not good. I'll give this a chance. Well, actually, in an abundance of safety, I guess I won't give this, I won't make a YouTube short on this, because if I make a YouTube short, assuming I get my YouTube channel back, numbers and letters as the title may be so generic that it could be considered too generic for YouTube. Here we have what looks like a modeling depiction of Roman aqueducts, or just an asset flip game, really, or just a very lacking in actual gameplay stuff. In this time it's Dutch that is not supported, so let's see if we can translate this. Didn't really change too much in Dutch. I guess it's changing a little bit here in German, Dutch, whatever the language. Yeah, it translated that seemingly well, it translated all of that seemingly well. It's actually probably the first time I've ever even seen a game that was Dutch only. And I like to definitely see that we're potentially getting more people from all over the world making video games and seeing Steam as the place where all video games should be, which is how I would like it to be. But yeah, definitely haven't seen a lot of Dutch only languages. Most Dutch games would have also had English support, and this is definitely not a quality game by the looks of it, and that's definitely a problem too. What good is it if you get 100 Dutch games listed on Steam in the course of a year if all 100 of them are so below the level of quality? And you definitely have to realize that the reason why a lot of games are in English is because it's more likely to sell, and the people know it's more likely to sell if it's in English, regardless of what nationality they may be. Yep. Nothing really more to say about that. Here we have Space Mechanic Simulator, which I think there are probably several games like this, but I'm willing to put that on the follow list and give it a chance. And then we have something called the Toy Maker, which looks like absolute garbage. We have a game called 1-Bit Survivor, which feels like there's a lot going on there, but I'll give it a chance. I can see it not being much of anything or being a joke or troll game. Then we have something called Garden of Banban 4, which looks like maybe some unique animations, but also a lot of just trippy visuals. It's already mixed reviewed at 150, so I really could not put that on the follow list. I don't know if these are characters from some like YouTube creepypasta website or what, but yeah, that's an easy no. Then we have Bodhi and Friends. Usually don't have this much weirdness either. This looks like nothing, so that's a no. Then we have what looks like a Fallout Shelter style game called There Are Dinosaurs, which I don't know if there's really a full game here I'd want to play, but I also don't know if there isn't, so I will go ahead and say yes to putting it on the follow list. Then we have something called Out of Hand, which looks like nothing. Here we have something called Acceptance, which looks like it's probably some kind of psychological thriller about the consequences of a loved one's suicide. Well, that's a spicy topic, to say the least. So again, I'll put this on the follow list and see if people like it, but I don't think I'd make a short around it. And then we're back to adult games. There usually is a decent amount of bundling that happens. Bundling being that all the adult games end up back to back to back, as if somebody was approving games to be listed on Steam, which they almost certainly are, and then they're making a big bundle of adult games because they only want to deal with it on Fridays, or perhaps they only want the games to come out on Fridays so nobody sees them. At least that is a tinfoil hat speculation. This adult game is called A Date for the Ages, and it's 2D characters, but I would say it's more in a Western animation style. It's definitely not a bright, colorful palette that you would see in an anime character, nor is it kind of the curves and angles. The eyes are smaller than you would expect in a kawaii anime style or anything like that. Any kind of anime style, really. It looks to me like it's just a visual novel. It might be a bit of a troll joke visual novel, or it might just be that the animators are just not particularly good, and that is definitely a problem too, is that the Western animation styles are pretty terrible. A Date for the Ages is $3.74. It's English only. I don't know if there's much more. It seems like it's a lady goes on a date and then they're kind of making out in public. Seems like there's 4 other characters. At a certain level, I can show off just art style and like slightly smaller eyes. Still not really anatomically accurate, but much closer to being trying to do that. Older looking, different color palettes on them. It's pretty inconsistent overall between the different art styles anyways. And that's a big problem too, is that there's just a real inconsistency between animators. Let's see. The game itself says it has 3 to 4 endings. Doesn't even know, apparently. 1 character is the only one that you can directly have intercourse with. 8 custom graphics with 5 scenes, 2 of which are animated, which is incredibly low numbers even for your average adult game. And they want $3.74 for that. And it doesn't have full audio voice acting, which would be a boon, certainly in almost any game, but is very rare in adult games. Moving on to the next game, we have Witching Hour, which looks like a zombie shooter, and it looks like it kind of has a decent amount of polish. So I'd almost want to say yes to this. It's interesting that he's running and strafing inside of a house. Almost always a zombie shooter would be outside, but it would kind of make sense to be in some like giant mansion and lots of hallways and taking on zombies and what looks like ghosts too. There was a series, Fear, that I covered a while ago, where it was part a shooter game with time slow down gameplay mechanics, and it was part a horror game, and it's kind of weird to try and have a character fully empowered to shoot in the face all the monsters or zombies and try to make it horrific, and I feel like you probably still are running into this. I guess again I'll make a choice here and put it on the follow list, but I won't make a short around it. I'm clearly a little snake bit here and shy now of deciding what would be made into a short. Here we have a Christmas game, nowhere close to Christmas, called The Desert Christmas Story, which I think we can, just by the visuals, assume is a joke game, meme game, and say no to it. Here we have a actual Big Fish Games hidden object game instead of the Very Big Fish Games developer and publisher, which I do make YouTube shorts on these, and I don't really see a reason to not make YouTube shorts for the fans out there that like hidden object games. The occasional new hidden object game from Big Fish Game comes out once a week, maybe 2 or 3 a week at most. It definitely doesn't ever strike me as that many. Although that being said, when you're up to number 16 in the Haunted Hotel series, you do know that these hidden object game developers in general are making a lot of different hidden object games for what I assume is a real fan base there. Let's see. Next we have Captains of the Wacky Waters, which looks like a pirate game and a ship sailing game. Fast paced, it looks like. They're calling it a boat roguelike. It's nice and polished in the visuals, although there isn't really a lot happening in the background as you're sailing. But yeah, it looks like there's a decent amount of variety there, so yeah, we'll put that on the fall list. Next we have a game called Liberty Bell, which looks like somebody is trying to make a little girl superheroine type game. It doesn't look amazing in the visuals aspect, but maybe it was a mobile game getting ported. I'll give this a chance. I doubt Liberty Bell as a game is actually a recognizable name though. Top Jump Prologue looks to me like it's probably a platforming game where maybe you only play as the shoes. Yeah. So this is taking the idea of the trend that's happening right now where a lot of games are asset flipping a lot of elements and you're just supposed to platform and jump higher and higher. It's kind of like an evolution of something like Jump King, but now in 3D. And now it's making it a pair of shoes. I think I'm going to say no for this, though. It looks kind of nice, certainly, but I'll wait till the actual game comes out, if it ever actually does come out, and then evaluate the actual game. Next we have a top-down twin-stick shooter, which the trend before the jumping and platforming game trend was Vampire Survivor clones, and I'm not sure I ever really figured out the difference between calling something a Vampire Survivor clone and just using the older description of a top-down shooter. As for this game, though, there's nothing of interest. Here we have what looks like might be just a Raft clone called Garden of Eden. Yeah. It's Raft if you wanted first person shooting for some reason and all the characters to look exactly the same. I think this is one of those examples where the concepts alone, A plus B, is so crazy that it would not make any sense for me to put this on the fall list. And you see this Asian writing, which makes me assume that this is possibly a Chinese game, which knows, even though Chinese is hidden below the fold here, it is the only game language that has full audio support, or is claiming full audio support. It's whatever they check the checkboxes on, I'm sure. So yeah, this does feel like just a garbage Chinese game, stealing ideas without adding anything new creative to it or even doing it well. If you're gonna steal well in artistic creations, don't just shove something out there. Your Speared is a parkour platforming game, but there is perhaps a higher standard of visuals that you would want in a parkour platforming game, and the idea of having a spear doesn't immediately make sense when you're parkouring and platforming, because there's like no enemies here that you're spearing. You're just shoving the spear forward, or kind of a rocket jump concept. So yeah, that's going to be a no. Next we have Turbo Overkill, which is already on my fall list. We can see it's overwhelmingly positive. So this might be the one exception where a game should go to the wish list. I assume what happened here is the game announced itself a couple of days ago and has now been released and very well received, or it has been a game that has been in early access for a long time and it's just come out of early access. It's kind of hard to tell. Sometimes you can see an update, and yeah, seems like this is the update, version 1.0. So it has been in a before version 1.0 state until this point. Now weirdly, we have yet another strong bad game. Or Dangeresque the Rumusad Triangulate, whatever you pronounce that. Yeah, this is another strong bad game, and we saw a strong bad game on my stream on Wednesday on YouTube. And yeah, all I can do is say yes and put it on the follow list and assume that these Video Electrics developers and publishers actually have the rights to Strong Bad, which maybe they do. I assume these are probably older games that are getting re-released for the first time in a very long time. And so these might be games you want to jump on and own if you're a fan of Strong Bad. I don't know how many people really are fans of Strong Bad anymore, but there's some of them, I'm sure. And then we have Adventures of Bruce Flea, which doesn't look like anything. And then we have a game that has an adults only patch in it, but is not in the adult section. Yep. And what's an adult game per week? We get at least one furry game, and so we have my furry protogen, which seems to just be this one character with very generic backgrounds. It's $3.39, is probably way too expensive, and the other's an adult patch. English only, no voice acting. Okay, and so that's going to be it for this show. Hopefully everything fixes on YouTube, and I'll be back on YouTube on Monday. Otherwise, I guess I would have to give Twitter a chance for a while. But yeah, I don't even know what to say. Follow, like, share, subscribe. How many of those things can you really even do on YouTube? There's a link to Patreon in the description list on YouTube. Maybe not here. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.